principal's name? That's right. Thank you. All right. Good evening. I would like the meeting of the Ramona Unified Governing Board to order. Tonight we have James Dukes in the house. Can we have a student to lead the pledge? Forward.
Excuse me, Debbie, can I ask you to use the microphone?
Yeah.
Debbie, can I ask you to use the microphone so the people online can hear?
There is no microphone there currently.
No, yeah, Sean's got one there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Oh.
We have our student council president, Kenzie Lilly, here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She does this every Friday at our Friday flag, so she's very seasoned.
Very good. Thank you.
Please stand. Face the flag. Remove all hats and hoods. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nice. Very nice. I like that too. That is excellent. Okay, well, thank you all for joining us tonight. We do have a full board here. Thank you, board members, for making it. I know there were some complications today, so I appreciate your effort getting here. Just as an FYI, the back projector is not working, so we'll need to look at the ones on the sides or up front. Okay, announcements taken in closed session. Mr. Drum, or are you reading it? Oh, Mr. Thurman, thank you.
Yes, we have two motions to announce in closed session today by motion of member Darren Drum, seconded by member Don Perfect. The board approved the expulsion of student number 23.06 through June 6, 2024. The roll call vote of the board were as follows. Ayes were Darren Drum, Don Perfect, Roger Dome, Dan Summers, and Maya Phillips. There were no noes and none abstaining. We had another motion that was approved in closed session today by motion of member Darren Drum, seconded by member Maya Phillips. The board approved the expulsion of student number 23.07 through June 6, 2024. The roll call vote of the board was as follows. Darren Drum for ayes were Darren Drum, Don Perfect, Dan Summers, Maya Phillips, and Roger Dome. There were no noes and none abstaining.
Thank you very much for reading those actions. We are now on item C4, and that is instructions for addressing the governing board. Mr. Drum.
Good evening. The Ramona Unified School District welcomes your participation at the district school board meetings. Your participation assures us a continuing community interest in our schools. To assist you in the ease of speaking and or participating in our meetings, the following guidelines are provided. Orange request to be heard cards are available to all audience members who wish to speak on any agenda item category of item E, which is public comment. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person or 15 minutes per item. Submit orange cards to the board's recording secretary in advance of the item presentation. Orange request to be heard cards will not be accepted once the agenda item has commenced. Speakers are asked to direct all comments to the members of the board. All participants are asked to be respectful of other speakers when they are addressing the board. Public comment is set aside for the audience to raise issues that are not specifically on the agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes per person or 15 minutes per item. Public comments may also be submitted online at the link listed at the top of the agenda. Please note that electronically submitted comments will be printed and distributed to board members and will not be read aloud during the meeting.
All right, thank you very much. We are now on item H5, that's approval of the agenda.
I'll move to approve the agenda, but I'd like to have H4 pulled and continued to the future board meeting.
All right, thank you. Do we have a second? Thank you, Maya. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on item C6, that's approval of the consent calendar.
I'll move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you. We're now on section D, recognitions and presentations, and as I said earlier, we have James Dukes in the house. Can we have James Dukes come and showcase their program?
Good evening. I'm very excited to be here along with many of our amazing James Duke staff this evening to share a little bit about our school. Now, we were tasked with doing a 2 to 3 minute video. I got it to 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and that was the best I could do because I really cut a lot out. We have a lot of great things, so we hope you enjoy.
Thank you.
Welcome to James Dukes. We are excited to showcase some of the amazing things that we are focused on this school year. Hope you enjoy.
Our goal is for all of our students to become proficient readers. And to meet that goal, all of our kindergarten through second grade teachers are utilizing a phonics program called UFly Foundations. It's an explicit and systematic program that teaches students the foundational skills necessary for proficient reading. It follows a carefully designed scope and sequence designed to ensure that each student acquires the skills necessary to read fluently and with confidence.
Hi, I'm Dawn Mullins from James Dukes. This is my second year using UFly Foundations to teach phonics in my first grade classroom. UFly is an explicit and systematic program for teaching foundational reading skills. It's research-based and it's meant to be used daily in the classroom. It's a 5-day program specific to phonics that consists of 2 lessons a week with a skills assessment given on Fridays. The weekly assessment is what I use to create my skills-based small groups for the following week. I've had tremendous growth with reading in the classroom that I've noticed over the last 2 years. The program gives the students the necessary tools to be able to decode words. I also have seen an increase in their love for reading. All my kids are really eager to read. It's a great program.
Melinda Linder is our reading intervention teacher, and she is also supporting our goal to have all of our students become proficient readers. Students who need a little bit of extra support meet with her 4 times a week for 30 minutes. And then every Friday they're progress monitored to measure their growth in their skills. We are really excited for our upcoming MAP and DIBELS assessments to see how much growth our students have made this school year.
Reading program has helped me get read bigger words and read faster and help me in class.
Okay. Being in the reading program has upgraded my fluency and accuracy. I went from 97 accuracy to 100%.
When talking about James Dukes, we definitely have to highlight the amazing work that our special education team does to support our students who are in the moderate and severe setting. We have a great group of teachers and paraeducators who support all their learning needs.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny, the school counselor at James Dukes. Another focus that we have here is creating a sense of belonging and providing opportunities for students to show leadership skills and provide a variety of clubs and programs.
Students start their day by being greeted by one of our staff members at each of our entry points to give them a positive start to their day. We are working to improve student voice and leadership with Student Council and Safety Patrol. We also offer extracurriculars such as running club, coding club, military club, and Girls on the Run. To create a positive school spirit and community, our students lead our daily morning announcements and weekly Friday flag assembly.
Are you ready? Yeah! I said, are you ready? Yeah! Coyote? That was really good. 2, 3. Ow! Awesome job, John. Good work.
Announcements because it's fun and it's telling everyone in our school what that day is and what we're having for lunch and everything like that.
I think student council is important because it helps kids learn leadership.
That I mostly enjoy is that we all help each other, we cooperate with each other to make this a good school.
I enjoy because there's many new members each year, so I like to meet everybody in each 5th grade, and I like to help.
So Safety Patrol has made me a leader by actively learning and keeping everybody safe in the school.
Very nice. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. And I think the extra 2 minutes were well worth it. Thank you so much for sharing with us tonight the great things happening at James Dukes. All right, and thank you for leading the pledge. Nicely done. All right, we are now on item D2, and that is report from our student board members. So we have a couple new faces tonight. Nice to see you. Natalie, do you want to get started?
Good evening. My name is Natalie Wren, and I am the new student board representative from Ramona High School. A little about me is I am a senior. I am a 4-year ASB member as well as ASB president. I am also a member of the Ramona High varsity cheer team. Thank you to Dr. Thurman, President Perfect, and the board and cabinet for having me here tonight as an opportunity to represent Ramona High School. To start off, RHS hosted their Cram Slam for finals on Monday, December 19th. We had many people come out in preparation for finals. We had many teachers who volunteered their time to stay after school and help out. ASB had their holiday dress-up days the 11th through the 15th of December. We had a lot of participation from the student body, as well as an amazing turnout on our Anything But a Backpack Day. We had many students go above and beyond in their creative abilities, bringing things such as shopping carts, wheelbarrows, fish tanks, and other fun backpacks. Our ASB team would like to thank Dr. Thurman for providing buses for our Project Read events for us to be able to attend each school. During these events, we read to TK and kindergarten classes. Miss Williams, a counselor at our school, has been selected to participate in an aircraft carrier out to sea. Only 10 educators across the country were chosen for this. On January 25th, they will depart from the Naval Air Station North Island to the aircraft carrier while it is conducting training operations at sea. She will be flown onto the ship via a Navy C-2 Greyhound transportation plane and experience a landing on the ship's flight deck. While aboard the ship, she will view flight operations, visit the bridge, primary flight control, and other work centers on the ship. She will have the opportunity to eat with the crew members and officers. She will sleep in an officer's stateroom for 1 night. The following day, after seeing more of the ship and the flight operations, Miss Williams will experience a launch off the ship and return home. Our No Hate Bullying Prevention and Mental Health Awareness Tour Assembly is on February 6th. The No Hate Tour has been visiting high schools across the U.S. for 20 plus years. The tour features the world's top X Game BMX athletes on their state-of-the-art mobile jump box ramps to show a live energetic show. At the same time, we'll provide students with the valuable information and personal stories about bullying prevention, overcoming challenges, and promoting a no-hate environment. NJROTC's air rifle team made it to nationals. They're also hosting a field meet with 9 other schools this weekend. RHS is hosting the San Diego Sheriff Department on Saturday. They'll be conducting an active shooter training drill with their staff. RHS students will also be participating. All of our winter sports teams have started league this week. Wrestling senior night is tonight. Girls and boys basketball senior night is at the end of the month, and many more senior nights to come. Soccer hosted their staffers soccer game this past Monday. Both varsity girls and boys came together to take on the staff. They hosted their alumni game Saturday the 6th, which our alumni came on top beating the girls, and our boys came out on top beating the alumni. Lastly, thank you to the board for having me here tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to represent the amazing community at Ramona High School.
Nice, Natalie. All right. Thomas, welcome. Not your first time, right? Thank you for coming back.
Good evening. My name is Thomas Campbell. I am the student representative for Mountain Valley Academy High School. I would like to thank Dr. Thurman, President Perfect, and the board and cabinet members for allowing me to speak today. To start off, Pajama Day, a spirit day hosted on December 15th, had great participation. MVA Extras, a K-7 club that offers a variety of extracurricular activities, has filled up all slots for sessions this semester. For 2023, statewide testing results for Mountain Valley Academy overall were 71.1 points above the standard in English and 11.4 points above the standard in mathematics. Both of these are an increase from last year. Some upcoming events this month include a Spirit Day where students can dress up as their favorite movie characters on January 26th, a game night on January 30th, Valentine's Day candygrams will begin selling on January 29th in Study Hall. Thank you all and have a great rest of the evening.
Thank you very much. Excellent reports, all of you. Thank you so much for spending your time with us tonight. We do know that sometimes you have to get out of here a little early, sometimes we go a little too long. We love it if you can stay, but we also understand if you cannot. And since a couple of you are new or newer, you know that as the board goes through the agenda, if there are comments that you would like the board to know about these agenda items, we absolutely welcome your input to any of the agenda items tonight in our report that you have. All right? Thank you. All right, we are now on item D3. That is a report from California School Employee Association, Chapter 733. Welcome.
Hello there, everybody. I just wanted to use this opportunity to introduce myself. I am Chapter 733's new president, Danny Brashears. Thank you. And I am looking forward to engaging in more important conversations with everybody and just working together. And that's all. I have no report today.
Thank you very much for coming in. All right, next report from Ramona Teachers Association.
Hello.
Hello.
On this evening's agenda is our tentative agreement between RTA and RUSD. We ask that the school board approve this agreement as we feel it is reasonable for all parties. We're happy to have an agreement before the end of the school year finally to show our employees that they are valued. And we hope to have a unanimous vote by board members tonight. Across the district, a few things that have been happening. In December, our CMS celebrated Career Day. Volunteers from the community came to school to discuss their jobs with students. MVA Drama Club put on a fun murder mystery. Some of Mr. Weissman's students got to go caroling in the front office. And Dr. Gunderson hosted several appreciation luncheons the last week of December, making all the certificated and classified staff feel very special during the holidays. Note to other admin, just kidding. Boys and girls soccer at RHS had their alumni game on the 6th, and they actually had 60 former players show up to play against the current RHS teams, which is pretty cool. I sat in the stands. I didn't play soccer. But they also raised $1,600 for scholarships for the current RHS class of 2024, which is pretty cool. And then they also They also held the staff versus students indoor soccer game in the RHS gym this week, and fun was had by all. But Mr. Jordan wanted to point out that Mr. Newman was missed as the staff goalie. Also, if you have not checked it out, on KUSI, the RHS lady wrestling team was highlighted. So definitely check that out, as well as in the Sentinel, a couple of our band students at RHS were also mentioned for their accomplishments, which is pretty cool. Students at Ramona Elementary began the new year with lessons from the Art Reach program. These specialized art lessons are taught by an American oil painter who helps bring the visual arts to schools. In the workshops, the students learn about color, theory, shape, space, value, and texture. And they received this gift of this special program from a generous grant provided by the Ramona Community Foundation. So we want to say a huge thank you to them. This is the 14th year that Art Reach has come to Ramona Elementary. And lastly, a shout out to James Dukes Elementary for their presentation tonight, and a huge staff support showing what an amazing staff they have and all the staff across the district.
Excellent, thank you. Very, very nice. All right, we're now on section E, and that is public comment. So at this time, we will take comment cards on items that are not on tonight's agenda, and we have a few. Take it away, Mr. Drum.
All right, looks like we have 5. I want to remind our speakers that we're limited to 3 minutes for each, or 15 minutes total.
Do you need help with time?
Nope, I got it right here.
Okay, great.
First speaker is Daniela DeFloria.
Is Daniela here? Okay.
Oh, go like 3
Right
or
now,
4.
3 minutes? Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
no,
absolutely.
She doesn't want to go first?
Absolutely.
Okay, gotcha.
Our first speaker is Janice Booth. That's
Okay,
you.
great.
That's what you get.
Grab the microphone, please. There we go.
Thank you. Oh boy. I've spoke before, and I think you guys know that how much our little group would love to see an approval of going forward with a aquatic center. And basically, I feel like for sure that this would be such a plus for all of Ramona. First of all, educational wise, it's programs, as you might know, all the way from infants like Mama and Me program, all the way through seniors for that matter, people, but from Mommy and Me, 5 months to 3 years, to life-saving classes, which would be for lifeguards at 15 and a half. High school kids can have a job that's more than flipping the hamburger, and also they're teaching people to swim, little children, all ages. And then on up, if you're 17 and a half, you can get your water safety instructor and become an instructor. And I've been doing it for a lot of years. And this year, because there isn't a place to go, the high school's not available, I taught probably more people's friends of people and friends in backyard pool. And I just was teaching my grandkids, and I thought, okay, that'll be great. But no, a whole lot of people needed instruction. Even Poway was full, so they couldn't go down. Like, people couldn't even get in if they wanted to. Plus, you have to drive 30 miles to wherever from Ramona to get that to happen. I just think it would be real beneficial all the way around. And we have some plans. And it would be great to coincide it with the high school. And this year, California gives matching funds for rural projects that are going forward. So that's a real gift, but we have to get in on it earlier than later because they run out of funds. So the sooner we can get going, the better for everybody, because matching funds would be phenomenal in that respect. Thank you very much, Board, for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Jones, and Lael Jones will, did I say that right? Will be the following speaker.
Hi, my name is Scott Jones. I have two kids that actually go to James Dukes, and one of them's in swim, and I support the pool, and I would like every board member here to support our pool to be built here in Ramona. My daughter's in the swim team, and I find that in the past, when I was trying to teach her how to swim, I actually had to hire people to come to my house and teach my kids how to swim. One of them no longer lives in Ramona, and then Janice taught my son how to swim like that. And so, you know, safety is really important. We hear that, you know, the #1 cause of death for children is drowning, and we should have this. This is a safety thing, I think. Nothing in Ramona really supports it, and we have the people. We have, I haven't heard anybody who was against it when I talked to other parents, and you know, I think it would be a really good learning time for the children. Also, we can expand on it. I mean, we just have a swim team. I mean, we don't have any Red Cross training, I don't think. Do we have any Red Cross training? I don't know. But kids can learn, and it's an opportunity, and it gets the kids off the streets during the summer and gets them motivated, gets my kid motivated, and that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So help me out. The next speaker is somebody Michelle Jones. Lael? Forgive me. Followed by Lorna.
Yes. Hi, I'm Lael Michelle Jones, and I'm president of Splash, a newly formed, on the way to 501(c), so that we can get a pool built here in Ramona. And you know, essentially, I've been coming to report on this the last several months, and I know that there's a lot of discourse about this, you know, and I'm really hoping for, you know, if you guys are able to have a referendum to vote on this, that it's unanimous. I do understand that Ramona, as a rural community, has not had a bond passed in, you know, 60 years. Or never, I guess. And so I do understand that, but I don't think it's impossible. I think a lot of education and marketing in the public will help out a great deal. Just as, you know, Janice, which is, you know, one of our Splash champions, mentioned the school facility program. There's several different programs for new construction and improving construction that we may be eligible for as a community. So it would be like a 50% discount. So if we don't come together and vote to have a bond, you know, a referendum voted upon so that we can get a bond voted for the public, then we're just losing the funds that are on the table for our community. So I really, you know, implore you guys to all vote anonymously for a referendum so we can get a bond created, because there's not a single person in our community that pool will not benefit. And you know, just imagine for generations you guys would be responsible for approving that aquatic center. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much. Thank
you. Next speaker is Lorna Jones, and after Lorna, we will go with Daniela.
I just want to say hello to the board and thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I came here to advocate for the passage of a bond to help get an aquatic center in Ramona. I just also wanted to give my perspective as someone who was growing up in Ramona as a teenager. So to understand why I'm here, I think a little background is necessary. My family and I moved to Ramona in 2019 when I was 16. And I'm 20 now, 21 next month, and I look back on my time here and I realize that I haven't really made any genuine connections here in Ramona. And it makes sense. The only groups of teenagers I see are the ones skateboarding outside Dunkin' Donuts. Not really my scene. And I think something like an aquatic center that Splash is trying to get here in Ramona would be super beneficial. I mean, for one, to help beat the heat that I know we all know way too well, and additionally to give generations of future community members not only an opportunity to make lifelong memories, but to not have the same disappointments that I've had when looking back on my time here in Ramona. Thank you.
Next speaker is Daniela DeFloria.
I moved here to Ramona a while ago. I had a car accident in 1986. Got hit by an 18-wheeler in my truck, and I was in a rehabilitation home up on Highland Valley Road a while ago. And when I had my accident, I was in 11th grade. And I finally got out of the hospitals and everything, and I decided to go to Ramona High School and graduate. So when I went to Ramona High, I went back in the 10th grade because I was in a coma for 9 months. So I didn't remember what I did learn. So I decided I needed to relearn. And after I graduated from Ramona High School, I went to Palomar College. And I decided to take a water polo class to learn how to swim again. And that didn't happen. So then I took a beginning swimming class, and all the teacher did was strut around the pool. And I said, wait a minute, I'm learning, I came here to learn, took this class to learn how to swim. And he told me I needed to get some goggles and some fins, and I was on my own. That didn't teach me how to swim. So I think it would be good if we have a swimming class here in Ramona for people to learn how to swim that would like to.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you very much. All right, does that conclude public comment on non-agenda items?
It does.
Thank you very much. We're now on section F, that is Education Services. Our first item to address is F2, and that's a report on Spring Open House Awards and Scholarship Nights. Already?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay.
Good evening, board members. It is hard to believe that we are already at this time, but tonight we share with you the list of events throughout the district where we get to open our doors and highlight our students. In addition to the times you see listed for open house, you'll also see PTA meeting times listed. The board is always encouraged and welcome to attend any and all events, and we just encourage you to communicate your attendance through the superintendent's office.
Thank you very much. I appreciate having those dates so far in advance. Excellent. All right, next is F3, and that's a report on our favorite California dashboard.
President Perfect and board members, California's Accountability and Improvement System includes reporting on both state and local indicators through the California dashboard. Tonight, Robin Aaron, Director of Student Learning and Assessment, will dive into the results from 2023 school year and look at the actions RUSD has taken this year so far to help mitigate the learning loss over the last few years. And since we know how the board also appreciates our own local measures, Robin will be back next month to share mid-year progress for our local assessments and monitoring.
Oh boy.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to review our California School Dashboard for 2023, which was just released in December. For those of you who might be less familiar with the California School Dashboard, or what we'll refer to as just the dashboard, it is an online tool that shows, it's part of California's accountability system, and what it does is it shows how our schools and our districts are performing on state and local indicators throughout California, and it's built based on the local control funding formula. And there are three main areas that we'll review tonight, which is the academic performance, academic engagement, and conditions and climate. It's also used to identify school districts and schools for recognition as well as additional support through California's support system. Now, measures are two-dimensional, and they are based on status, which is how well students are performing or how well we are performing. It's also measured on change, and so regardless of whether you're performing well or maybe less well, it's also based on your improvement or regression from the year before. And so there are 5 color bands and I guess gauges that we are rated on, and so blue being demonstrating the most improvement or growth, as well as outcomes, high status, and red demonstrating regression as well as low status. California Dashboard, or the dashboard, is representative of not only districts and schools, but also student groups. And the student groups that are included in the dashboard are English learners, there are homeless students, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, students with disabilities, and then we have 3 statistically significant student ethnic groups also reported, which are Hispanic, Latino student groups, white, and 2 or more races. Of course, our other student ethnicities are significant, but just not statistically significant with fewer numbers, so we don't have color bands for them. In the dashboard, it gives just very general information. We have our enrollment from last year, our percentage of socioeconomically disadvantaged students, our English learner percentage, and foster youth. And I just wanted to point out that our foster youth has increased from 0.2% or 0.3% in the last few years to half of a percent, but also our socioeconomically disadvantaged student population typically hovered around 39, 40, 41%, and in 1 year jumped to almost 60%. Looking at our academic performance, it consists of 4 different areas: English language arts, mathematics, our English language English learner progress, and college and career readiness. And for English language arts, we're going to take a look at that first. Overall, we are at that orange gauge, and this includes students in grades 3 through 8 and 11, and is based on the English language arts CASP assessment, both the computer adaptive and performance task assessment, but also the alternate assessment. That's included in here. And the alternate assessment is for students with the most severe cognitive disabilities in our district. For English language arts, you'll see here our students, our school progress, and across the top you'll see the growth measure that we were talking about. And so all the way to the far right is increased significantly, and to the far left is declined significantly. But then on the y-axis, or the vertical, you'll see the status measure, which is very high to very low. And I want to just shout out Montecito, because as you can see, I understand that their performance is at the very low level, but they showed significant increase and improvement, which is super exciting. And then MVA, as you see, is performing at a very high level with increased improvement as well. Looking at the same indicator, which is English language arts, and our student groups, you'll see where our student groups are falling, and in the red are our student groups that we'll be focusing the most on, putting actions in our LCAP to address those student needs specifically, but also for all of our students. But we are excited to see that our homeless student group increased significantly as well. Looking at mathematics, again, still students in grades 3 through 8, and then once in high school in grade 11 for both the mathematics, Smarter Balanced Mathematics, and alternate assessments. Looking at our school, we actually showed stronger growth in mathematics, even though our performance was a little lower. So again, kudos to Montecito. Check that out. They have significantly increased mathematics as well. So super exciting there. OPMS, JD, and MVA demonstrated increased performance from over last year. And you'll see that James Dukes and MVA and Ramona Community Schools are at that medium or high level for mathematics. And we're working to grow all of our other schools and student groups as well. This is our student group perspective for mathematics with our students in 2 or more races demonstrating an increase over last year. For our LP, is what we call it, or English Learner Progress Indicator, this includes our students, actually all of our students in TK through 12 take the LPAC assessment, but you need to have 2 years of measures, so this student group population really is inclusive of grades 1 through 12, because having a kindergarten as the first year of measure and then the second year of measure being first grade. So all of the students in this measure are English learners, so we only have school data to show you here. And Hanson actually performed in the green. We were really excited to learn from Hanson and see how what strategies they did to really support the increase of their English learners. And RHS also improved, which we were really excited to see there too. And then looking at our college and career measure. College and career isn't a color gauge because it requires 2 years to show growth over the previous year. And even though we've had CASP scores for 2 years, because that happens in 11th and college and career indicator is based on graduation, so that 12th grade, we didn't have CASP scores 3 years ago. So that's why it's just going to show a status of how well we did. And our all-student group and our white group performed in that medium level, which was the highest for our district. Looking at academic engagement, there are 2 areas, indicators for academic engagement, chronic absenteeism and graduation rate. And first we'll take a look at our chronic absenteeism. This is a transitional kindergarten through 8th grade measure only. Attendance is tracked through the graduation rate for high school, 9 through 12. So when we look at chronic absenteeism, we are still struggling, and we have been since 2020 with our attendance, and so this is an area we continue to focus on. But I'm really excited to see that we have 5 schools that declined in the numbers of chronically absent students, and in this situation, decline is good because we have fewer students who are chronically absent. And we also have some student groups, excitingly, that are decreasing or declining in chronic absenteeism. Foster youth, homeless, 2 or more races, socioeconomically disadvantaged, and students with disabilities. And when you ask me, if you ask me who our most neediest student groups are, the ones all the way to the right are most of them. So I'm really excited to see that. Looking at our graduation rate, this is for graduating seniors in a 4 or 5 year cohort. So when we take a look at our schools, check out RHS, woo woo, they are in the blue at the top, even though they maintain. We're still excited to see that very high graduation rate. MVA only had 28 graduates, and you need to have 30 to have a full report. So that's why they're not on here, but they, I'm sure, would be right up there as well. Okay, and then this is when we look at our graduation rate by student group. This is where we're at. Not as exciting. All right, when we take a look at our conditions and climate, this is our suspension rate, and this includes any student who has had a cumulative 1 full day of suspension. This could be in-class suspension, in-school suspension or out-of-school suspension. This also includes when a teacher suspends a student from their class. So that's what this includes. And so if, for example, when I say 1 full day, if a student makes a choice that gets them sent home maybe at 12 o'clock, if that's their only time that they're sent home, they're not in this calculation because it's not a full day of suspension if they get to come back the next day. And so with that, We do have some schools that have declined their suspensions, which is exciting to see. MVA, Mount Woodson, and Hanson, way to go. We also have quite a few schools in the blue and in the green, so we're very excited there. And then when we take a look at our student groups, we do have our homeless, which declined in suspensions, but we're really paying attention to that foster youth group who that actually increased for. When we take a look at all of our schools together, this is just a snapshot view by school, by indicator. We can see how our schools are doing collectively as a whole and how our district is doing as a whole. So I'll give you just a quick second to process that. We definitely have some highlights there and some exciting things to see. Unfortunately, when we take a look at our student groups, I will tell you our department has actually shedded some tears over this. Okay, sorry about that. Because we take it seriously and these are our kids. Although it doesn't look as promising here, I can tell you I'm super excited about what we are working toward to impact this for this year and for future years. You've seen this before, our collective commitments to accelerate student learning. I really want you to focus on the commitment to accelerate student learning. These are high leverage strategies that are influenced by John Hattie's research, meta-analysis on what are the most effective strategies and best practices to improve student learning outcomes. And by accelerate, that's speeding it up, so growing faster than just a typical student would in any one given year. And at the bottom of this, you'll see knowing our impact and how we know as educators that everything we say or don't say, everything we do or don't do, it has an impact on our students and our families and our community. And that is the foundation. And through purposeful skill-based lessons that students are engaged in, making their thinking visible, being very clear on what our learning outcomes are for the students, but also making it clear to the students what they're responsible for learning, and differentiating those lessons so that every student has that entry point, that low ceiling, but then bringing them up to the level of the learning at grade level rigorous standards. That's what this is all about. And so again, based on John Hattie's effect size collective teacher efficacy, and he uses teacher. In our district, we really focus on educator efficacy because it's any of our adults that are in our systems that really educate our students. Regardless of title, teacher is anybody who teaches kids, but and this is the root and the basis for our commitments and our instructional focus. And one of the considerations that we wanted to share with you is who is our team, right? And our teachers who are on the front line with our students. By experience, you'll see here the percentage of students that fall within each of these buckets. And you might wonder, well, that seems kind of odd. Why are we doing that? Well, it takes time for teams to gel, to trust each other, to have an ebb and a flow and a groove to work together. And when you look at this graph, nearly half of our instructional teaching team is pretty new to our district, between 5 years or less. And when you take into consideration what's happened within the last 5 years and the opportunities for our teams to really work together and stay together, we keep this in mind because we know we as an educational services department need to provide opportunities for our teams to work together and really collectively build their capacity to support the students that are in our classrooms. So we're really excited, and you'll later on learn about our educator leadership opportunities through Educators Academy and our Ramona leadership team, which are two of the ways that we're really building teacher capacity, but also through some of these other avenues of new teacher boot camp for all of our new teammates that have included our Thrive and our paraeducator teammates, specialized academic instructors for new teacher boot camp. We have our English Language Development PLCs going on, student-centered coaching. We're starting coaching in about half of our schools. We have math coaching going on for CGI and CPM. We've got science support in the classrooms. We're doing data digs with our English Language Arts and math teams. So our team is really working hard to support our teachers who are working even harder in the classrooms to build those the learning, but not only the learning, the confidence towards learning with students. And we do know our impact, and we are really focusing to make sure that all of us are aware that we have the opportunity and the power to build our students and their learning and their confidence with learning so that they can tackle anything that is put in front of them. And I cannot thank our RUSD team enough for the dedication and the time and all of their efforts that they put in to helping our students who really need them.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
That was a lot of information. Thank you.
Sorry, it was a little more than 10 minutes.
No, you did great. You did great. There's a lot to cover there. Questions? Board members, we saw a lot of information. Am I the only one with questions? Can't be. Okay. So looking at the slide where it talks about our student population and our total enrollment and that, do we really have 25 or so foster youth kids in Ramona? Yeah? Idea. And
so just Mrs. Perfect,
Yes.
President Perfect, in 2019, 2020, and 2021, we had 0.2% foster youth, and then last year it was 0.3. This year it increased to 0.5.
do we know why?
I don't.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't either. So. Yeah. And then on the chronic absenteeism, so I think you said that that's TK through 8th grade?
Correct.
Yeah. So do we know why? Yeah.
So
do we have a lot of
it's
sick kids? Are people afraid of sending their kids to school post-COVID? Is it family vacations?
So we actually
are we a little relaxed here in Ramona about whether our kids need to be in the classroom?
So it's actually a very multifaceted answer. And so when we take a look at this, actually Susie O, coordinator of curriculum and technology, and myself, we actually called about 20 random families, different grades, different schools, after the school year ended, so that they understood that it wasn't about it wasn't going to impact.
They weren't getting in trouble.
Yeah, it was truly just how can we help and support them, but also maybe wonder why. And just from that very small, it was only about 20 families. The answer was what we also surveyed our attendance clerks and our site principals about. And it was a couple of things. When kids were out for COVID, they were out for a very long time. Families are understanding that they can actually catch up on learning sometimes through the Canvas, or Canvas or independent study. And unfortunately, if they don't bring back all of the independent study paperwork, then that counts as absences there. There was a parent who said, my kid actually has good grades, and so if they can still maintain those good grades and they don't feel like going to school, I don't make them. We actually had a parent say, you know
I
what?
might have been guilty of that once or twice over the years.
When a parent who said, you know what, I'm glad you called me. You actually called me out on the carpet. My kids are in elementary school. They can't drive themselves to school. I don't get myself up to get them there, but knowing that you're keeping track, we appreciate that, and I'm going to do better next year. So she took full accountability of that. And we actually even also had a parent who said, you know, my child actually went to school when football was in season because he couldn't play it or he couldn't practice if he was absent. My wonder is, and I thought this was a really great suggestion, is could maybe sports say, if you don't have strong attendance even outside of the season, maybe then that might impact your ability to even try out for the team. And so there's a lot that can go into that, but those are some of the main reasons, as well as just sickness and then family trips and
We had a lot with anxiety or mental health.
yeah, mental health. There's I just can't get myself up out of bed. That I've put into the pocket of sickness, but yes, that is a significant part of
So
the
with
reasons.
the push on increased mental health support at our schools across the district, do we expect that to improve? Are parents aware that if they can get their kid up and out to school, that it's probably going to be better than staying home?
So we've been talking about this through our parent advisory groups, our DAC and our DLAC. We definitely communicate that there. I know that all of the school sites are also connecting and communicating with parents and letting them know if you're having trouble getting your students to school, reach out to us. We'll work with you. And so yes, with the increased social and emotional supports, I do believe it will have a positive impact, but anxiety is something that doesn't just go away. It really takes a long time to work through and build that trust. So do I think that that's going to change right away? Maybe not, but it's still worth the investment because the kids need that support ongoing to develop the skills to overcome the anxiety.
So a couple more questions, and thank you so much for giving me the answers the best that you can. I really appreciate it, because for me as a board member, you know, I want to learn as much as I can about these things so that I know that we're doing the best we can on this side of the table. Right?
And I appreciate your genuine curiosity
Yeah.
to know more so that we can all do better. So thank you.
So transportation, we have made changes to our transportation program the last several years. Did parents seem to think that that was an issue? The busing, the cost of busing, accessibility of bus stops, times, the start times for schools, elementary, high school, we flipped those.
You
Any of
know,
that?
to be truthful, we didn't ask that question, so I don't know that we actually have that answer. That might have been a good question to add to our LCAP survey, truthfully. I don't know if we can still ask something like that, but possibly.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean,
It hasn't come up,
Right.
right? Like in the questions we have asked families, transportation wasn't a barrier.
Right.
And with the funding that we have for free transportation for students that qualify, which is a good portion of those that aren't coming to school, I don't think the cost of transportation for the majority of those families would be something to consider.
Did we feel like at the elementary level that parents were struggling with that earlier start time for elementary? Like, would it have made a difference to get their elementary kids to school if it was an hour later like it used to be, or did it
I
not
didn't
matter?
have that come up.
Okay.
With the parent that was very honest with me and just said, you know, I just don't get out of bed and hurry our family out the door, but I'm going to do better. Like,
Right.
she did not imply that it was because of the start time or
Good.
anything. It was more of, I just need to get myself and my children out the door.
I think that's good. I mean, but it means that we can't necessarily solve it here. But yeah, thank you. And then one other thing, just in my notes here as you were presenting, I know that our elementary schools used to have one day a week where they would have an early release day. And that, you know, each school maybe had a different day. But when I last asked about that, we didn't have elementary schools doing that now, I think by choice. One of them is it RCS? Yeah. Do we think that that makes a difference? Could we look at having an early release day and encouraging families that if they have appointments or other things going on, that they would do it on that afternoon? Or do we not think that that matters?
I don't think that it matters.
Don't think it matters?
No, I think a lot of the big shift we saw was a result of COVID, a result of shutting down our schools and them being home and still being able to perform well in the classroom. I've talked to quite a few parents, and you have I believe we have two different pots of parents here, right? You have the parents who have realized that my students don't need to go to school, and I can take them on enriching experiences, and they're still going to do well, and they can catch up through Canvas or through independent study or different things like that. And to them, that's worth it for their family. I don't know that we're going to change that mindset until the education system itself changes how we take attendance and allows for that. I'm not sure we're going to change some of those families' minds. I think on the other side we have the other families who, like Robin mentioned, we have that anxiety, we have the mental health, we have the lack of really truly understanding that school is super important and you need to make sure your students are there. We're doing a lot to help mitigate what we can, including we've revamped our independent study contract. We're working on educating our teachers on exactly how we get credit for those independent study contracts, because often, right, like if a student is sitting in a classroom, regardless of whether they turn in an assignment, they get credit for attendance. Right, and so for an independent study contract, as a teacher's grading their materials, or if they haven't finished all of it, doesn't necessarily mean we should be giving them a 0 on an independent study contract, which then equates to no attendance credit. So we've been working really hard to kind of vamp up all of our systems and structures to capture whatever attendance we have, because students are doing work when they are not in school. Some of them aren't. But we're finding a big chunk of those students is recapturing when they have taken an independent study contract home and getting that work back and getting it at a completion level that gets them the attendance credit.
Right.
And I do think a little bit of education is needed too. Sometimes people think, oh, well, if it's an excused absence, then it doesn't count against the student. And according to chronic absenteeism rules, it's any time a child is not in a seat. So it includes suspensions, it includes excused absences, it includes doctor's appointments or bereavement, it includes all of those things. And I also think that could, help. Not in every situation,
right,
but it could help.
I have a quick question. So, on Mountain Valley Academy's side, is attendance actually based on showing up to school, or is that based on assignments turned in?
So because it is an independent study school, and just like independent study contracts, your attendance is based on completion of assignments and work. So attendance at Mountain Valley Academy is more so like based on completion of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that question. That's a great clarification.
Dan, before I finish, did you have a question?
I do. Absenteeism and truancy. Truancy represents a portion of absenteeism. And I'm wondering, because I don't know the answer to this, if law enforcement sees some 12-year-olds at 11 o'clock in the morning on a school day walking down Main Street, do they have a role to play in truancy? And I don't know the answer to that.
I don't know the law or the penal code, but I do know that the officers could most definitely approach the students and ask them, where are you supposed to be? And they can call the school, to find out. They have the ability to, just reach out to the students, talk to them, and find out where they might need to be. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, there are a lot of options that a 12-year-old kid could be. They could be homeschooled. They could be part of a charter program. They could be on an independent program. And sadly to say, I think our law enforcement officers are chasing bigger problems.
Okay, well, certainly those folks would not be part of a truancy or an absentee issue. But if kids are just ditching school for the day, I would like to think that law enforcement would play a role there. And if it doesn't right now, maybe it should. Maybe we need to contact the local sheriff and increase their involvement in our truancy issue.
When a student is absent, the parents are notified, yeah?
Yes, they are. And the chronic absenteeism, let me remind you, is elementary through middle school, and then attendance through high school is accounted for in a student's ability to graduate or complete those, so it's the graduation rate. But regardless, the parents are notified through the automation system. However, we do know that some parents will turn off the notifications. Thank you. They still get the email. They still, and many schools are calling. I know Montecito, when a student is there, the teacher will pick up the phone or get a phone call, but again, sometimes they don't pick up.
Yeah. Most schools, we've started a district attendance-wide team, and then within each of that, there's a site team. We're doing a lot of work towards chronic absenteeism right now, and have some great leaders who are leading those groups, and they have an attendance plan for each school site where they are meeting, I think in most cases weekly, and talking about their chronic absenteeism on their campus. They have plans set in place where attendance clerks are either calling or in some cases it's the robocall, but most of the elementaries I think are like personally calling at home to find out how can we help your student get here and those pieces. So we're definitely have stepped up our game when it comes to paying attention to attendance on all fronts, I think. So hopefully we'll see some change this year. I can tell you as of right now, we haven't seen a lot of change in it. I think it's a mindset, and I think it's an education piece that we really need to work on, because as we look at our numbers right now, we're still sitting in a place that is not where we want to be for chronic absenteeism.
Well, and the issue for me with chronic absenteeism isn't the absenteeism itself, it's that the student can't learn the material
Correct.
if they're not with the teacher.
Correct.
Right? So they're not going to do well on their math lessons and have good math scores or
And-
English language arts scores if they're not learning from
And
the
if
teacher.
you look at Robin, if you could go to the student group report, if you look at our student groups, when you see a student group that is red for chronic absenteeism, you're going to find that they're also red in probably an academic area also. So
Right.
we've been having a lot of conversations and working on plans specifically for students with disabilities and plans specifically for English learners, because they are our most neediest groups, but that's a huge factor, right?
Right.
If they're not at school, they're not going to be learning what they need to be learning to
Yeah.
be
It's not
proficient.
that I'm not concerned about English language
Yeah.
arts scores
No,
or
but we
math
have to
scores. I
start at
am
at the base.
But yeah,
Mhm.
if they're not there, they're not obviously not learning it.
And this year with the new LCAP template, which will be another presentation on another day, for all of our student groups and schools that are red, we will actually have to have a specific action in our LCAP for them. So it'll be very transparent, the work that we're doing.
As well we should.
Absolutely. I agree.
Maya, did you have any questions about this? And I know, Roger, you had to step away, but I'm sure if you want to get a recap, you can, or maybe you've...
No, I got
Okay.
it. I realize what the issue is, and I just have a family emergency.
I know.
Probably have to,
Yeah.
I may
Okay.
have to take off.
Okay.
But,
And your favorite part of the data will be next month, because that's our local assessments. Because I know that's the part that you really, really like.
I will say, thank you. I will say that I think the dashboard is the stupidest measurement system.
I know. I know.
That's why I
I
make
know.
sure you know next month we're getting to the meat and potatoes of what
So
you
I
love.
know I've said that like many
Yeah.
times.
It's gotten a little better, though.
And
It is a little better.
That's just me, being a scientist, mathematician, and looking at the data and like, why? It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. However, it does call things out that we need to work on. So,
Absolutely.
when I look at these numbers, like the one that was graduation rate, I'm looking at our actual graduation. I think it was 89% or something. So obviously that's low from what we've had in the past.
Yeah.
So obviously we need to work on it. In my opinion, this is a nationwide problem. There's a nationwide trend. It's really about mental health and how do we fix it. It's about getting kids to have a stronger self-esteem and feel good about themselves. And going through COVID, I don't think we know all the reasons. I think it's individual. and trying to attack those individual concerns and helping the kids is challenging. I remember prior to COVID, we had this problem in my work, and one of the things the principal said, which was in violation to every agreement that we had with the teachers union, but he said it anyways, and I know why he said it, because he was concerned about kids, and he made this comment. He said, every teacher, and actually he said it differently, every staff member should be spending time after school every single day helping kids. And obviously that's not in the contract, right? And he also said it like this: encourage staff members to be part of something else, like an extracurricular, a sport, something to encourage kids, to help them, have greater self-esteem, less anxiety, and all those kind of things. That's always existed. It's just that COVID, exemplified this problem, right, that we have in our society. So the one thing that I know is, as staff, if we do even more encouragement and try to get kids involved in things, it will have an impact. However, I realize what I'm asking is I'm asking to go above and beyond your job description. That's a lot to do. And I'm only saying that in the sense that that's not part of the contract. We're not expecting anything, but I know that it works because I've seen it firsthand. So anyway.
Okay, board members, anything else? Okay, so I just wanted to add thank you for calling the families that you called. And maybe there's something to that, if we have attendance teams working on that and calling families individually to find out, and so those parents know that we care and that we do notice. And then lastly, just I think I'm asking the right questions. Maybe I'm not asking the right questions, and there was a lot of activity behind you with some of the questions. Some yes and some no with some of the things that I was talking about. So I'm always open to emails. Probably the other board members are as well, but I'm always open to emails. And if I didn't ask the right questions tonight and somebody thinks I need to know something more about this, email me and educate me on this, because I really want to make sure that here on what we do, that we're on track, that we're not somehow impeding our student progress, that we're focusing on the right things. So
I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a lot of information, and yeah, I share your emotions about that. Okay, all right. Somewhere here I have an agenda. Okay. All right, we are now on item F4, and thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm not
for
going
that.
anywhere. I'm
Okay,
next.
are you the next one? Okay. F4 is report on RUSD leadership and RUSD educators academy progress.
Yes, members of the board, in the last presentation, Robin just touched briefly on some of the work that the education services team has been doing to address that snapshot, right? We like to talk about the dashboard information as just one piece of a puzzle. There's a lot more to it. And I think referencing what Mr. Dohm said about students and student engagement, that's been a big piece for us when we're growing our capacity in our leaders and in our teachers, is talking about student engagement in the classroom, student connectivity, along with feedback. So we've been working really hard with our administrators to provide appropriate feedback for teachers and to build that base of knowing our impact with our own teachers themselves. So tonight we have Carrie and Robin, both directors in the Education Services Department, that are going to share how we have been working to build leadership in Ramona USD.
And we are super excited now. This is a much more, it's a happier topic, to share with you a couple of professional development opportunities that we are offering our team here in Ramona Unified School District. And I don't know if you remember good old double mint gum. We are doubling the fun with professional learning, and we are refreshing and re-engaging our teachers with some fantastic instructional strategies to really engage students in the learning. And the Ramona Leadership Team, or what we affectionately call RLT, because we love our acronyms, is actually a combination of the old Instructional Leadership Team, or ILT, and then a couple years ago, Performance Matters Leadership Team, or PMLT, and we've brought them together to create that Ramona Leadership Team that that we'll go into a little bit more, but really it's about providing professional learning around our instructional focus here together in our leadership teams, and then spanning that out to all of our schools. We also have our Educators Academy, which is more of an elective opportunity where teammates, educators, get to volunteer because they want to pour more into themselves and to learn more and grow. As you know, in a small district, there aren't as many leadership opportunities, and so we're really trying to help build those school site leaders at every school. So focusing on Ramona Leadership Team, we have site teams. Every site has a team of 4 or more teammates made of teachers and administrators and our counselors. And what they do is they come together here with us actually in this boardroom, and we really focus on building our collective efficacy and developing our engagement strategies and instructional strategies so that we can really truly commit to accelerating learning through those best practices. And so we use that trainer of trainer model where we learn and grow together here. We develop plans together here to then scale that out to each of the schools so that our professional learning is consistent and our expectations for instruction are consistent district-wide. And all of that work that we're doing is truly rooted in our instructional focus, where all students will construct their own learning through relevant and rigorous tasks. And we know that it takes a lot of professional development, ongoing professional learning, and collaboration, and trying, and failing, and refining, and trying again, and looking at student data and progress to see how well we're doing. And so, as mentioned before, our collective commitments are really driving the focus for the professional learning. And we did some of the highlights that address the commitments to accelerate student learning. We have taken a look at common assessments throughout all schools and all grade level teams, or all content level teams, and really focused on purposeful skill-based learning, understanding what it is that we want our students to learn, and developing these very high-level lessons for the students to really the teams have the plan so that they can really know what it is that their students are supposed to be learning, and then being able to take that and then create future plans. So basically having the results of the student learning inform future instruction. And then they focus on, we focused on making thinking visible, using the thinking routines. Thinking routines are super important because we want our students to be able to automatically know how to think deeply to deepen their understanding. And through our self-reflection, we as a group have identified that knowing our impact was truly an area of strength for us in our areas to accelerate learning. Couple of areas that we have the most growth to do are around expectations of outcomes and differentiation. And learning intentions and success criteria we have been working on for many years, but that's a very challenging thing to really take exactly what it is that we want students to learn and be able to know what they need to know to be able to do that learning, and then help them to construct their own learning in that area, and also give them that pathway through the success criteria so that they understand what they're supposed to be learning. And then differentiation by providing the appropriate scaffold so that every student can enter the lesson and then be successful with building on their own learning so that they can meet the grade level rigorous standards that we put in front of them. And so those are the areas for biggest growth for us, and providing scaffolds and learning intentions and success criteria are a couple of the ways that we've addressed this in RLT. We believe that fun and games is a great way to learn, and we try to engage our teammates in some fun activities. So here you can just see from the pure joy on everybody's face when we were focusing on feedback that was explicit and objective and actionable. We did it through some fun games, and you can see here that we try to make the professional learning a fun and engaging place so that then our teachers can take that back to the staff and the students. Some feedback from Ramona leadership team. I won't read it all to you, but it was really nice to see that this, for example, the school discussion was very positive and helpful. Makes me excited for what we can do at our school to build student learning. That was a quote from one of our feedback surveys, and if you want to take a minute to read all of them, they're here in front of you, all aligned to those learning around the strategies to accelerate student learning.
All right, so I get to talk about Educators Academy. That is, again, the other side of the professional learning where we've created it so that we can really pour into the teachers and they can just personally grow as professionals. There's not the same demand to take the learning back and have that trainer-trainers model. We also really were excited to have that whole encompassing definition of an educator. So we've been able to bring in counselors, social workers, a para-educator, district office teachers on assignment, program specialists that are all coming in to be part of that learning, not just classroom teachers. So it's been neat to see the educators collaborating together in more of an interdisciplinary model of growth. So the teachers and all other support staff have learned together through 3 separate cohorts. They volunteered to be in either a literacy instruction cohort, a math instruction cohort, or MTSS, which is really about taking a student, meeting them where they're at, and applying either Tier 1, Tier 2, or Tier 3 level interventions to help accelerate their learning. We chose 4 different learning themes throughout the course of the year. So some of these are informed by our LCAP, some by just the data itself. So we started with learning around the engaged brain, knowing that engaging classrooms is one of the most impactful thing in accelerating student learning. And we got to bring in a teacher, Katie Anderson from Conscious Teaching. She was phenomenal. She had everybody up and moving and planning lessons just that they would be using the next day. We also had a trauma-informed series on teaching with trauma in mind. All 3 separate cohorts went through the same training on that because we think it's such an important thing, and one of our action items in the LCAP is to have empathy training for teachers, so that was one of those offerings. We just finished up, and well, are we still in the middle of our supporting multilingual learners? Our MTSS cohort has been through it, and we're working with Elizabeth Pappas, who works with UCSD. She also is a consultant for San Diego County Office of Ed, and she is really just a leading educator in how do we support better multilingual learners. Looking at the dashboard data, we're hoping just to really see an impact by training teachers how to better support students that are multilingual learners in their classroom. And then we're going to be finishing the year. We have some great things planned around training on assisting students with disabilities in the classroom. So our MTSS cohort will go through a presentation with trainers from Brain Highways, which is all about an atypical neurodevelopmental ways of bringing in students, engaging students with different executive functioning deficits and things like that that can really support the whole classroom. And then we'll have separate presentations for our math and ELA cohorts that are more instructional based. So exciting things to train on, and it's been a great thing to be able to bring in outside trainers to bring in research-based models to support teachers' learning. So here's some of our feedback from our EA participants, and 2 of my favorites in here. The first one, the most powerful thing about this professional learning is that teachers were using what they were learning the very next day. It was both planning time and professional development time and really bringing play back to the classroom to have engaging classrooms. Very fun to see. Also, it was a mirror to my world in the classroom, the 3rd quote down, and with teachers, and it gave me a solid and excellent standard of best practice to strive for. All of the trainers that we've brought in have really modeled what they're teaching, so it's been a really exciting thing to participate in. That is all we have, so if there's any questions from you guys. But we had, our first day was an all day. They were out of the classroom. We were together. We had 2 different sessions, AM and PM. All the other sessions have been 3:45 to 5. It's a 90-minute session after the school day, and the students or the teachers are compensated for being there.
And then one of the things that you said about, you said that you want consistency. So how do you, I mean, I understand why. So how do you have consistency and yet at the same time, you're teaching creative ideas too, so that they can empower themselves and come up with new things, which eventually would be adopted into the district, and that would be consistent too. So how do you do that?
When I was saying consistency with expectations, so when it comes to those commitments to accelerate learning, we do have consistent expectations that teachers are being very clear with the learning that they want. So using learning intentions and success criteria as a pathway to get students to know what they're supposed to learn and how to get there. Having some consistency with differentiating the instruction so that every student has that entry level into the lesson and can build on their learning so that they can reach this grade level standard or expectation. Consistency in those expectations, not necessarily in the way they do it, right? So depending upon the content area or the lesson or the teacher's style, you might actually see learning intentions in all of the classrooms and success criteria in the classrooms, but the way the teacher uses those learning intentions and success criteria might be a different approach. So there is still that, you know, the teacher is the owner of their classroom, and we want them to own it, and we want them to be creative, and we want them to reach the students the best way they know how, because they are the expert in that classroom. But there is that also consistent expectation for what we want as Ramona Unified School District. Does that clarify your question?
Kind of. I was wondering if there, because what I've seen here is really great. So when does the teacher that, because they're being empowered to take all this knowledge, put it in their classroom, and they're going to come up with some really great ways of doing things that they have never thought of before. Where's the opportunity to share that? Is that
Well, with Ramona Leadership, with RLT, there is an expectation that they use staff meetings to take the learning that they've done and the workshopping here, take it back to staff meetings, and everything that we train is somewhat packaged to take back. So they can take back the same activities that we facilitate the training through. They can take that back and do it with the whole staff. With the Educators Academy, there's not an expectation that they then continue to train, but there are incentives for them. So if they wanted to create professional learning to present at their staff meeting, the nice thing about trying to open the door to classified staff members and certificated members that might not typically volunteer for a leadership role at their site, we think was a really good way to have them come in without a further expectation, so they can grow themselves as a professional, and then they can start talking within their grade level teams about what they've learned, and more of a grassroots model of learning rather than a top down. So they have incentives. They can get paid more money to plan and present at their staff meetings if they'd like to take the learning back from Educators Academy. But for RLT, there's kind of a packaged way and an expectation that they go back, and we have a calendar of when they train at their own staff meetings and things like that.
And then just my last question is, because I can see the teacher being energized, going back to the classroom, implement it. They can't do it alone, because you can't differentiate for every single student and actually meet all their needs. So there's paraeducators in the classroom, there's volunteers. Are we offering this cohort to our paraeducators?
Yes, our Educators Academy is open to paraeducators and classified staff members around campus, and it's been really neat. They have, after the first 2 sessions, they went back and talked with excitement about what they were learning, and so we've been able, you know, sometimes we're saying we can't compensate you to be there, but please come and join us anyway. We're paying for this trainer. If you're interested and, you know, your teaching partner is interested, bring them along with you. You're more than welcome. So you're right, that excitement, it just bleeds through. It's cool.
I would also add in RLT, we encouraged site administrators to have paraeducators on their team as well. However, with the shortage of paraeducators and because we do need them working with students with one-on-one aids, all of those pieces, we have some barriers that we need to overcome to have them be a part of that team as well. It's a little bit easier to do that on Educators Academy because it's after hours, and we hope it grows. We hope we have more classified join that team, but it's definitely, these two opportunities are the first where we've really done a concerted effort to make the paraeducators a part of the team and make them feel. We're hoping this provides some ownership in their position, and they know that they're valued and an important part of this team, and they need to have that same experience with the professional learning just like the teachers in the classroom do. So hopefully it will grow. While we have the learning loss mitigation funding and the educator effectiveness funding to use for these types of activities.
Yes.
I have a question. It sounds like a very positive program, and you're getting positive feedback from staff, and it's going to grow, and it's going to be a very good thing. But my question is there a cost associated with this program? And if so, what is that cost?
There is. There is a hourly rate we pay the teachers or the paraeducators to come for that 90 minutes. And there's the cost of the presenters, because for Educators Academy, we're bringing in outside professionals to help enrich even our leadership team, our administrators, and the education services team. So yes, there is a cost. We're using the educator effectiveness funds for it that will expire in 2026 that are meant for this purpose. We typically, for professional learning, would use our Title II dollars. That budget is much, much smaller than what we've been given by the state for professional learning since post-COVID and through 2028. But we're hoping to kind of grow this cohort, and maybe we can inspire more to come and find funding for additional years once we're out of 2028. But we have funding to help support this through that time.
Okay, so this is funding well spent.
I agree.
Excellent, thank you.
I'll go next.
Yep.
Thank you guys very much for coming tonight. Great presentation, great topic. It's clear that you guys are passionate about this, and that I'm sure is going to lead to success in the future. I'm just happy, and I want to thank staff that for seeking out these opportunities for professional development for our teachers and for our classified staff. I'll echo that this is money well spent, and we need to continue to invest in our employees and allow them every opportunity to get better and help them. We can't force people to do this, but it's really nice to see some really senior teachers involved in this and go, okay, I'm willing to look in the mirror and see if I can get better at my craft, even though I've done it for 25 years. And then one of the things you brought up is almost 50% of our teachers have 5 years or less with the district. That means they're probably a high number of people who have been only teaching for 5 years or less. So, we always talk about children are our future. Well, those teachers are our future too. And they're going to participate and help us get better moving into the future. So thank you guys. Thanks staff very much for making this opportunity available. And please let me know how I can help as a board member to continue these opportunities.
Very good. Yes, Brian.
Try not to interject too much, but I just have to with this. I just had so many memories of seeing this and the pictures that you included, remembering those interactions, and sometimes I had to get to a meeting and think, I can't leave right now. But it makes me, I just made a note, reminds me of summer with Cabinet. Leslie was talking about the plan they had come up with. There is such a brain power in Ed Services, and I actually put heart power as well, because they're so passionate, so intelligent, the way they take this through line of our collective commitment to accelerate learning through everything they do. Leslie was telling us of all the different categories, and I said, can you please put it up there so we can see? And so she started, and she said, you guys want to come to my office? And we said, oh yeah, sure. So she went in on her board and she had, do you remember this? She had these, I mean, it was, I don't know, even looked like it took 3 months to make all the interconnections for what you're seeing here tonight. That was planned intentionally, looking at everything from our results, our students, our parents, all of our groups, our ELAC, our DLAC, all the different groups that represent our students and that are in need of this kind of support. And then being in the meetings is just miraculous to watch, especially the directors with Audrey and with Leslie, their department, the way they trade things off, trade off during the presentations. They look like they've rehearsed this for 2 months, you know, when they're talking about it. It's just natural for them to lead in this way and to see the response they get because of their heart and their connectedness with our staff. They're obviously just highly respected, and I can't thank them enough for the passion that we've seen tonight and their brain power to put this together for our kids. Our staff, students, and our families are very grateful for what they do every day.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. We are now on item F5, and this is a report on, oh, I scribbled over my thing, on multicultural and ethnic studies progress.
Yes. Board members, this is an information item this evening. The RUSD Ethnic Studies Committee, composed of teachers, administrators, community members, and parents, has spent the last 6 months reviewing education code and RUSD board policies to ensure that our members understand both state and local direction for the state graduation requirement around ethnic studies. The committee will provide an overview of the learning and the work that has been completed to date.
Good evening. My name's Edie Chapman. I'm a teacher on assignment here in the Ed Services Department. Our course, our multicultural course plan, is for our seniors, our students who will be graduating in 2030. So what we're looking at is a graduation requirement that is part of Assembly Bill 101, which was passed in October of 21, which requires that seniors, students graduating in the class of 2030, which is this year's 6th grade class, must complete a semester of ethnic studies courses or studies. If you look at what's highlighted there on the slide, you see that the state gave LEAs the option of how to develop the courses to meet these requirements. The 2 items that are highlighted are the ones that our committee chose to adopt and follow because we don't have room in our students' schedules for an additional course. So really what we're looking at with ways to meet this requirement is to develop or revise current A through G courses to meet this requirement. Okay. The requirement, as it says here, requires 1 semester of instruction in an ethnic studies centric course. For our courses, they will be a year-long course. We do have the option to revise current courses, as that notes. And the 3rd bullet there is really important. The courses must incorporate units of study that reflect the demographics of the district. What this means is that in our district, our courses will have a strong focus on the Hispanic and Latino community as part of our ethnic studies, as they comprise 45% of our population, of our student population. In addition to this, the course must launch in the 25-26 school year, even though it's not a requirement until the class of 2030 enters high school. Other graduation requirements or other requirements of this is that the ethnic courses are designed in any ethnic course, whether it's in an English class or a VAPA class, must focus on the historical experiences, perspectives, and contributions of various ethnic groups that are typically underrepresented. And these groups have been identified by the state within the ethnic studies guidelines as the Black and African American populations, the Hispanic and Latino, the Native American, the Asian American, and the Pacific Islander. So the course content for an ethnic studies course or a multicultural studies course must be developed around these 4 core disciplines, and they can include as well other ethnic groups that may be outside of these windows. This is developed by the state of California, and these are the primary ethnic groups that are represented in California. The purpose of the instruction, as noted here, is really student-centric. The goal is that all students, regardless of their ethnicity, will be involved in activities and learning that is not only going to teach them about other peoples and other groups, but it's also going to teach them more about their own groups, their own ancestry, their own cultural heritage. These courses will be founded and grounded in inquiry and research. Students are going to be researching not only other ethnic groups or other people groups, but they're also going to be researching their own roots as well as part of this. It's very human-centered around the stories of individuals and families, and it's designed to provide students the opportunity to better understand who they are as a person, what it means to be a person of any heritage, and also to develop a voice and to be heard within that setting, which will transfer into a stronger voice and advocacy within the social settings and as they grow into adults and into their future. We would like to call attention to the language that we're using here. Within the state guidelines, it's ethnic studies. The committee, when we were looking at this, decided that multicultural studies, even though it's a little more difficult to say, is better aligned with our board policies and the language that we use here in Ramona Unified. So in our district, these courses will be designated as multicultural studies courses. Also, throughout the presentation, part that Susie's going to share, you will see that there are notations on the slides within the plan indicating where board policies, certain specific board policies, and we looked at board policies to make sure that the foundational plan that we've been working on since last May would align with Ramona Unified School District board policies, and the language that we're using is from Ramona Unified board policy language. Within the state of California, they have published an ethnic studies model curriculum, and within that are guidelines for the outcomes for ethnic studies. And though we have chosen to not follow the model curriculum, we thought it was worthwhile to look at what the outcomes of these courses are. And when you look at this, really the heart of this is that our students, as they experience this learning around other cultures, other traditions, what it means to be American, what it means to be Californian, what it means to be a person of an ethnicity within that, they're going to gain a greater understanding of what community really is and how we can live together within a community with respect and with purposeful and respectful civil engagement. And so ultimately what we are looking at in the outcomes is that our students will become better, more critically thinking students and citizens who can understand, even though they may not agree with them all, they can understand the perspectives and beliefs of other people and other cultures. And that's one of the primary outcomes of ethnic studies. And of course, there have been studies done on how ethnic studies benefit, or multicultural studies benefit students. And the bottom line is, and we know this, when students feel like they are part of something important, when they feel like they are heard, when they feel like they are valued, when they feel like they can make an impact on something, they take ownership of that. I taught high school for many, many years. And my students, when they felt like they had a place in the classroom, and I worked hard to do that, they took ownership of it, not only their own learning, but the learning of others. And that is one of the things that occurs with ethnic studies, is that there's a greater sense of community, greater sense of commitment and ownership to the school community at large. And as a result of that greater sense of belonging for all students, not just the majority, but for all students, we see that test scores go up, attendance increases, we see that academic success soars, and graduation rates. It's just a positive all the way across. In addition to that, social and emotional well-being increases because students are not afraid, not anxious, not concerned about coming to school, because that is a place where they belong.
Looking at the benefits of ethnic studies, maybe that answers our questions from earlier, right? About how do we solve all these hard problems? Maybe we pass an ethnic studies course to help us in looking at these benefits. So continue, our RUSD district looked at all these requirements and all the things that we need to do to fulfill what the state is asking us to do, and responded by coming together, creating a committee, and might I add, a very committed committee, a group of people that are very passionate and we're very invested in this work together. So our committee consists of parents and community members, teachers within the district, secondary site principal, as well as some district office members. And when we crafted our vision for what we would like ethnic studies to look like in our USD, the bottom line is under vision, you can see that it really is to just prepare our students for a better future, right? And that's exactly in line with what our district's vision is, preparing today's learners for tomorrow. And that's really what we hope to see, and that's our vision. And as we were tasked with this plan to come up with what we want to do and how we need to respond to have this course, something that we'll dive into in a little bit more, but our committee really took seriously this task to plan out and think through. So even as we look at our vision statement and in a little bit what our overview and our mission statements are, it was really thoughtfully crafted with our committee members. Our timeline, our committee, it looks like we've only met a few times, and you might think, what could we possibly do in 4 meetings and with only 5 total meetings? But I do want to share that our committee members were able to really accomplish a lot even in the short meeting time, because a lot of the legwork, a lot of the research was done prior to our first meeting. And so because of that, we were able to, starting with meeting number 1, get into all of the legislation and requirements, have an understanding of what ethnic studies is, who it's for, what it encompasses, and what that means for us as a committee. And then to dive in and to think about what we want, our goal, what we want to see in all of our courses in ethnic studies, and looking again, diving deep into who we're catering for. So looking at our district demographics and understanding our students and our district, our community, and beyond. So in our overview statement, that last line really kind of encompasses what we're really looking to do, is that our overviews that we really want to design, make sure that this course is designed in a way that strengthens all students' sense of identity, their agency, and their academic success. Again, this is really student-centered and student-driven, so that we want to create this course and develop this course to make sure that it's going to support what we're already doing. And again, just to point out that a lot of this, as we looked at what our overview and our purpose is, was crafted in line with our very own board policy. And you'll see that again highlighted even in our mission statement. Starting with that second paragraph, it really is about honoring all students' lived experiences, and that really is the point of what ethnic studies is all about. At the core, it's making sure that our students know that they are represented, that they're valued, that they're heard, and that they see themselves in the classroom when they're taking this course. The pillars that we developed, again, not only are aligned to our board policy, but you've heard over, even in our prior two presentations, about our district's collective commitment and our instructional focus. And so as we looked at our instructional focus, our board policy, these were the pillars that we were able to develop. Again, centering around student experiences and outcomes, cultivating appreciation of others, curating high quality instruction, again, making sure that we keep the academic rigor and standards, and that it was also important for us that we really connect with community, and so that this was something that we really want to bring to our community, to bring community members in and invite them in as part of this course as well. So as you've heard us share, a lot of this committee work was done to help us not only understand what the requirements are, to understand and be clear so that our committee could be able to share that with anyone that wanted to know. So our parents could go out into the community and be able to answer questions about ethnic studies. And then coming up with this framework to understand what our core vision and our mission is for this course. And this is something that we are, our goal is to have this in any ethnic studies course that we would develop here in our USD. Our committee also made sure that we had educational partner feedback through school site council, and made sure that we brought this and communicated the work that we're doing to make sure that they are updated and aware of where we are in our committee work and what we're hoping to do, and keeping them in the loop so that they are with us in the progress. And like Edie has shared earlier, just to, again, go back to the student-centered focus, we want to take a look at just who we're doing this for. And if you look at our RUSD demographic information, you can see that we've highlighted that the two majority groups that you can see are Hispanic, Latino, as well as our white groups. But we've also compared our demographic to also the county and to the state. And you can also see that while our Hispanic and Latino population are similar to what you might see in our neighboring counties or state, our white population is not. And so we want to prepare our students, again, going back to our vision statement, to prepare them for their future in a diverse society. So no matter where they are in our community, in our neighborhood, in our state, or beyond, that they are well prepared and are equipped with the knowledge and information necessary. So our plan, as you've heard, we must launch our ethnic studies course by the 25-26 school year. So in order to do that, we are working now to develop our plan and to implement, get ready to create a course, start with teacher training, and to continue that next year. And hopefully develop even more courses so that we have multiple offerings for our students, knowing that this is a graduation requirement. Yeah, so thank you so much for listening to us about our, part in being part of our Ethnic Studies Committee or Multicultural Studies Committee together. And yeah, we welcome any questions that you might have for us.
Okay. We do have some speaker slips. Do we want to take those now?
I was going to say.
Yeah.
So that's why, okay.
Thank you. So don't go far.
Okay, we have 2 speaker slips on this topic. First one is Dr. Bobby Plow. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Bobby Plow, and a couple of you don't know me, so very briefly, I'm a 43-year resident of Ramona. My 2 children received their entire K-12 education here. We're very grateful for that. And I worked as an administrator in this district. So I wanted to let you know how privileged I feel to serve as a community member on this course committee. I was incredibly impressed by the thoughtful process. I've worked through a lot of these kinds of committees, and this was a very thoughtful, well-deliberated process that was organized and led by a very capable administrative staff. And additionally, I want to make the comment that the teachers and administrators who served on the committee were knowledgeable, with very dedicated attention toward developing a meaningful, and for me, very importantly, a rigorous course that reflects the board policy and our community. And I consider it a privilege to work with them, and certainly working with all of you has been amazing. So tonight I wanted to speak to you from the perspective of a former human resources administrator, superintendent, and professor of educational leadership in the CSU system. And what I've observed over my many years in leadership positions and as a professor of doctoral students is that those individuals who can develop relationships with others experience the greatest success in their careers. It's the number one thing that propels them. And so most especially, it's an understanding of themselves, first of all, but in the context of recognizing the background, the talents, the gifts of others, it results in personal satisfaction, and quite frankly, what I noticed in the organizations that I led, it propelled us to higher achievement and greater contributions to society. So I truly have a vested interest in seeing our students in Ramona better understand themselves and understand others, and I believe that's what this course can do for them. In short, I think this course assists our students in reflecting upon and developing themselves, but understanding and acknowledging others. And when this comes back to you as a future action item, I respectfully urge you to give our kids the tools they need. Give them that knowledge and that skills to be successful in life, because I believe a course like this will give them a more robust life and certainly contribute to our community and the broader world. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, forgive me if I mispronounce your first name, Dr. Wanjru Gali? Oh, that's once in a row.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for having us here to present on this class. I have lived in San Diego County for 31 years now. 13 of those years have been here in Ramona. I'm a mother of a son who has attended all of his K through 12 in RUSD at the Ramona Unified School District. He started off in James Dukes, and he's currently a senior in MVA. Thomas here is one of his friends, so good to see you as well. So I'm here to represent my experience based on both on a professional level and also on a personal level. On a professional level, I provide learning experiences on cultural responsive practice to staff in health and human service agencies. And my invitation to work on the committee provided me with the space to bring both my personal and professional experience to the discussion. My cultural attributes, both visible and invisible, shape who I am and how I see the world. The decisions I make, and more importantly, my interactions with others. My own K-12 education in Kenya, which is my country of origin, played a large role in my social development. So I attended a all-girls Catholic school from K through 12. And you would assume that all of us that attended the school were the same, right? Like we had the same experiences. However, that was not correct. Our school and our teachers, our education system, really encouraged us to have active debates and really think critically around how we understand each other's experiences and also learn from each other. And this really encourages us to look at not only our similarities, but also what makes us unique as individuals. And it really helped us to foster building really strong relationships with each other. We were encouraged to have healthy dialogue with each other about our personal experiences and backgrounds, and being an active participant in learning about others. So through my son's experience, through his K-12 experience here in this country, I realized that his experience was different. And my invitation to this committee therefore prompted me to be a part of really looking at how can we create the same environment here in our schools where our youth and children can have those experiences to learn from each other, be critically thinking about their own cultural backgrounds, their story, where they came from, and also learn from each other and share those experiences.
Excuse me, may I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
Pardon me.
She's a committee member, can we just
That's
go
where I'm going to
continue
go
on?
with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, just continue. We're not
Yes.
going to use the timer.
Right.
Because you're a member of the community, the committee, and this is part of the presentation in my opinion. So
Just
please
continue
just
on.
continue until you're done.
I just have like 2 sentences.
Right, no, you're fine.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, I currently provide learning experiences for adults. That's what I do in my professional work. And in my opinion, this is not where it should start, right? Having adults learning to be culture responsive and learning about their own culture and also learning how to interact with others. We should be having all our children and youth experiencing this from when they're young, so that when they are adults and in the workforce, they're already prepared and having those relationships and being able to be valuable members in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So we've had our presentation, we've had our speaker slips. So, board.
I have a couple comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks very much for the presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. One of the things that I particularly like about our plan moving forward is that it's Ramona's plan, and that it is specific to our community and our needs, and it is being developed by our community, our administrators, our teachers, for our needs. It's not taking a cookie cutter of the state's framework, or any of this. We're hitting the points that we have to, but we are customizing it to our community, which I am absolutely pleased. I thank staff for having the foresight to do this, using our board policies to craft the message and the program. I could not be more excited about this program because it's ours and it's we're putting our signature all over it, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I can say the committee did appreciate the board policy that was already written for multicultural studies, because that really helped guide the mission, vision, and those pillars, because the language that you see throughout that is straight from board policy.
And to comment on that, whoa, sorry.
There's your 3 minutes.
Those board policies are sometimes painful.
Yes.
They're painful among
Yes.
the 5 members of this body, and oftentimes we get way down in the weeds. But that kind of makes me feel better about those late night meetings where we are having meaningful conversation about a sentence in a policy. So thank you for telling us that. Sometimes it's just frustrating when we're late in those meetings and we're all just trying to hammer out a sentence.
Like last month when we set up our own alarm system. We were so late.
Set up our alarm.
Well, me.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Dan, I see you hitting the button over there.
Well, it was
You're
just
ready.
nice. It was
Jump
just
in.
nice to meet all the sheriffs last month out in.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Maya.
I want to thank you for your work, and you met in May, you met in September, October, November, and still you have one meeting in January morning, 8:30 in here, correct? So you still have more work to do. And I appreciate it. So I understand that the work is not finished yet. So my question is, why we have the presentation before all the work is finished yet versus getting presentation about the finished product?
So currently, our committee is at a point where we have looked at some of the courses, and we've looked at English 2 and English 2 honors course as a place where we think, just like Mr. Drum has shared, like to make this a customized course that really fits and works for our students here. And so we, as a committee, decided that English 2 is the best fit for a course that's going to be universal, that is already approved for A through G, and it's a course that students will be taking, so it's not another course that they have to take additionally to graduate. And so we wanted to make sure that that was something that was important to us, is that it's something that students can graduate with without having to worry about taking more courses in their and to make it all fit in their schedule.
So you're still going to work on that course on the 22nd?
Yes.
We don't have to worry about making decision on this course today then?
No.
Well,
This
okay.
is information.
This is just information. We're informing you of the plan and the process that we have gone through to create this plan that will guide the English 2 course and any other elective VAPA courses perhaps that will be revised and crafted to meet the ethnic studies requirement. There hasn't been any specific coursework, curricular coursework done on this, because we needed first, and Leslie will be presenting our course that we have developed.
Yes, so before we can, it's kind of the cart before the horse kind of a situation, right? We can't start working on instructional materials, which is what you're looking for, right? That those guiding questions, the topics, all of those pieces, what are we going to be reading, all of that. We can't work on that until we have an approved course. Once we have the approved course, which in Ramona Unified, it consists of the standards basically, and those guiding principles of ethnic studies that are required of the state, and we have taken our board policy for RUSD and embedded that in the English course. Once that's approved, hopefully tonight, then our next meeting, and then there'll be more subsequent meetings after that. Those are just the ones that are on the calendar at this point, because it's going to take a lot of time of both our English language arts teachers. This is actually the next agenda item, but to clarify for you, we're still in this process, and it's going to take, as you saw in one of those slides, the whole next year to help develop all of those materials. But like with any course and any sets of materials, it'll come back to the board as a draft. We've never done a course material that we have created ourselves before in Ramona Unified that I know of. This is new. We did not take the state's course. It wasn't going to work in Ramona Unified with our community. Our demographics are different. Our community is different. We opted to go with the A to G course that was already on our schedule. So we will have to develop it. We'll be pulling resources from all places to kind of help continue to educate us, to build the actual curriculum, the instructional materials out. And once we have that draft, it'll come back to the board. And then we'll pilot it, and it will be reviewed by community and parents, and then it'll come back to the board again for approval. So it'll still continue in that same process that we've done before, but tonight, before we can even move into that, we have to have a course of study that is approved by the board. We can't work on building instructional materials and then not before we have a course. It's just part of the process.
Also, I noticed that you're thinking about standalone courses that contain... No? Because it said bap and music.
So even though that's one of the state options that we can have
Okay.
a standalone, we are opting not
You're
to go that route.
Not considering any standalone course.
Not at this time, so our consideration now is after we would love to see English 2 as an approved course, and then after that, we are taking steps at our next committee meeting to look at some VAPA courses.
Because I was thinking, because I did read your framework, and I did read all your meeting slides, and I did read every policy that you mentioned.
Yes.
And I was wondering if that course that's embedded in English is mandatory already. So then what's the point of standalone course if all the kids are, none of the kids are going to be opting out of English? So are they going to be taking the same course twice, the same credit?
No. The reason we have more than one offering for ethnic studies graduation requirement is it is a graduation requirement. So if we had a student that came in as a junior, we wouldn't put them in English 2. They need another option to be able to graduate from high school, and that's where those VAPA courses will come into play.
I understand. Also, in the framework regarding the materials, it said that the English course will already have the textbook that's my perspective, has been approved previously, which makes me think that all materials that are related to multicultural studies will be supplemental. Supplemental materials are not required to be approved by the board, which makes me think that the board will have no say in whatever materials are used for ethnic studies. Is it correct? Because
No.
what I saw, they're going to be only approved by you, Superintendent Assistant
No.
Educational Resources?
No, just as I would just said just a minute ago, we're going to bring back our curriculum with all those guiding questions and all the topics. All of that draft course will come back to the board for those core materials that will be taught. So currently, My Perspectives has all of the English texts that are embedded throughout it, and we can be using that. My Perspectives by the title is perspectives of different people throughout historical time. That will be one of the core materials. The rest of the core materials have to come back to the board.
So all the texts and materials that
That are
related to
core-
ethnic studies, multicultural studies
Correct.
will come to
Will
the
come
board.
back, yes.
So there's going to be nothing that's going to be used in this course that will bypass the board approval, correct?
That's core materials, correct, yes.
Because no core materials for multicultural aspect of this course were mentioned in the framework.
No, because we haven't developed it yet. That's to come. Once the course is approved, then those materials will be developed. Then we'll bring those materials back to the board as an information item for pilot. After we finish piloting and gotten feedback from community and family, DIC, school site council, then those materials will come back again to the board for adoption.
All the policies you used, I have read them all. I did not see the policy that's called controversial issues, and it's a very controversial issue at the moment. I'm wondering if you could use that policy also when working on this course.
So you're asking us to look, I mean, I don't
Bring it back
remember
to
seeing
us
that.
After you use that policy as well.
So we'll,
I would
Correct.
submit that they should be doing that anyway.
yes, and
All
I
of our policies are appropriate for all of our classes.
Yes. And you won't see it in the pillars because the controversial issues is something where when we're thinking about something in a way of how not to do it, right? Like when we're talking about that, the pillars are about how we want, more asset-based, right? So we're looking at how do we want to teach this course? How do we want students to feel about it? All of those things, and we're taking the pieces of board policy and the multicultural studies that the board has directed staff to through board policy. This is how we're going to do it, but absolutely, we will not consider that as we're developing curriculum. It will be a part of it because as we're developing guiding questions and topics, that'll 100% have to be a part of, at the forefront of, as we're developing the materials.
Understood. Also, the frameworks mentioned that you used some, you looked at some outside courses, and in the slides I only noticed the Santa Ana course. What were the other courses you looked at? Because those plural, it's like you looked at multiple courses, correct?
Yes.
Outside.
So when we were looking at designing this course, we wanted to have some reference of how other districts that are a little bit further along. So there are districts who've had ethnic studies courses for a number of years at this point, and some that are not. So every district is, in a different place. We wanted to learn and look at some examples of districts that may be further along, but we also preface that knowing that it may not be a fit for Ramona. So when we looked at all the other districts' course of study for ethnic studies, we were, we had a disclaimer sharing that, like, this is what works for that district, and this is how they approached it. We can take, like, kind of the good aspects, like we can learn from what works for them, and it might be something that we might be able to incorporate and integrate into our course, but it might not be. Again, just like Mr. Drum said, like, we really were very intentional about making sure that it was customized and it was going to be something that would work in our district.
We looked, just because, to answer your question, San Diego Unified, Santa Barbara School District, Carlsbad Unified, Sacramento City Unified. Sorry, I'm trying to open there's many because we looked at course examples that are both VAPA, English, just traditional, and we went to those that had been A to G approved. So first starting with the A to G UC Doorway's website, finding courses that have already been in progress and have some sort of track record with them, and then bringing those forward and looking at those courses of study. So multiple school districts, multiple courses were looked at before, kind of doing what Susie said and looking at a couple within the committee to kind of see what do we like about this course and what do we not like about this course when we're thinking about Ramona as we develop ours.
So what a couple you looked within the committee, because Santa Ana was one of them. What was the other one?
So we looked at Santa Ana, we looked at San Diego Unified School District, in which their course is offered in the 9th grade, I believe it is. We looked at Carlsbad, we looked at the film as literature or film course.
Film Academy.
Film Academy that they have in Carlsbad, I believe it is. We looked at a number of different, just to get a sense of the flavor of what they can be, what we can do with this. We have not yet taken any course content to start developing any units in any way, shape, or form for the English 2 course. The only specific course development that we have done is developing the course of study for English 2 honors, based in my perspectives, which is at the sophomore level, is a world literature course. So we are using that because it's our adopted text as a starting point, but that's all we have at this point as far as any curriculum content goes for the course. Any observation or any examination of other courses was simply because at that point we were just in the dreaming and exploration stage. What can we do with an ethnic studies course in Ramona? What could it look like? What are other people doing? What's working, and what fits with us? That's what we looked at for those.
It was helping to frame the committee around, should this be an English course? Should this be a film course? Should this be, like, what are the different options that are out there that have been working so far for what we're looking for as an already A to G approved course within our own district?
But not history course, right?
Correct. We did not look at history courses.
You mentioned that it was going to be a senior course when you started your presentation.
I'm sorry, I misspoke when I said that. It's for the graduating class of 2030, so I misspoke at that point. However, on that point, we are offering, we hope to offer, if the course is approved tonight, English 2 honors as the universal course, because that is a class all students take at all 3 high schools in Ramona. Okay, students are required to take English 2 to graduate from Ramona Unified School District. By revising that course of study to become an ethnic studies or multicultural studies course, we are meeting at one level the graduation requirement for the majority of our students. Then moving forward, as it's outlined in the plan, we will also be looking at where we can develop a VAPA course, maybe an art or dance or theater or wherever, develop a VAPA course that reflects the ethnic studies lens, so that students who transfer into the district come in as a junior or senior, were not here as sophomores, did not take an ethnic studies course at their previous school because maybe they came from Utah or Colorado that doesn't have the requirement. They come in, they can take that elective course, meet VAPA credit, and the ethnic studies credit as well requirement.
Who else is going to be in that standalone course if it's just one person who came in?
It won't be a standalone course. It will be like
Drawing and
painting 1. Drawing and painting.
It'll be embedded into
It's
one
embedded.
of our courses that students already take.
It's not a standalone course.
Why not just have it a senior English language course so to cover it all and cover all seniors, or
because the current senior
came from out of the
the
school?
current senior literature is British Lit. It's very specific to British Lit. There's no opening in the senior literature course for world studies.
And another thing to consider in junior and senior year is that's when our students are taking AP courses. And so if our requirement for graduation of ethnic studies falls in junior and senior English, then that is taking away the opportunity for an AP course, which wouldn't bode well for our students on their transcripts when they're competing with other students and other high schools for college acceptance and scholarship.
So it means the same kids who take English with embedded ethnic studies, and they're the same students who will be in some art course that also has ethnic studies. So why would they study the same thing twice? Just have the course that some one person that comes maybe among 100 but from another district didn't take that course.
It'll be through a different lens. If it's in a drawing and painting course, there'll be more of an emphasis on the art component, right, versus the literature or the stories or the narratives or the research piece that would be found in the English course where you're having a lot of writing. Correct. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So if it's not a requirement until year 29-30, wouldn't it be fair to have another course that doesn't have ethnic studies in it? until then, so kids have choice not to take it unless they have to.
We're not going, so we're approving the course now. It doesn't mean it's going to be implemented next school year.
It's going to be implemented 25-26.
Correct.
That means all kids will be forced to take it, but they don't have to take it until 29-30.
No, we have to implement it in 25-26 because that graduating class in 29-30 has to be the ones that have it for graduation.
And the state made it very clear in the legislation that it must be implemented in 25-26.
We don't have a choice.
It has to be offered.
Yes.
Kids don't have to take it.
But they need it for graduation, so they need to take it.
Did you think Santa Ana course was good for our district?
You know, honestly, it's been so long since we've looked at that course, and we have looked and dreamed and worked on so many other things since then, I don't recall, to be honest. I don't know.
And I would say we weren't looking at it with that lens. We were looking at it more of the lens of what type of course do we want to offer, right? And how do we want to dream about making this Ramona course? It definitely wasn't just like with the model curriculum, and we knew that the model curriculum that the state offered was not something we wanted to cookie cutter and provide to Ramona. Neither was the Santa Ana course. Neither was any of the courses that we have looked at yet. We didn't look at them in that depth yet because we first have to decide and know that we're moving forward with an English course. Once we have that, then we'll start looking at the examples even more and what that English course might look like and all of those components to it as far as the actual delivery, like the how we're going to do it and the what we're going to do with the course.
So going through the pillars, vision, and all other pillars, and I looked at the Padlets and I noticed that tolerance was removed at the request of some comment. So somebody asked to remove tolerance and respect and replaced with inclusion and belonging. So then I noticed tolerance was gone, respect stayed, but I would like to see tolerance coming back. Tolerance is the key for the peace in the society. Also, I would like to see acceptance, respect. A lot of Padlets, no, a lot of, pardon me, pillars, they reference board policies. And I read those board policies and I did not find the references to be correct because I did not see in those pillars what the policies say, except maybe multicultural policy. So I was searching for specific words like Control F, looking, I couldn't find it, I wasn't understanding why those policies were referenced. Mission and vision, supplementary materials, instructional goals and objectives, courses of study. Also, a lot of things that were introduced in the pillars were in none of our board policies. A lot of terms and words used in those pillars and in framework were not in the policies, not even in the Ed Code article side.
I would say they're a combination of Ed Code and board policy. So there's requirements in Ed Code for ethnic studies, and we did a marrying of education code and board policy when those were developed. We tried to use the language as closely as possible to board policy when it was being addressed. That might have been why some of that language was changed. I don't know. I don't have that board policy in front of me right now to know why it was changed. But we did try to mirror board policy as much as we could, unless there was something different or a different word that was used in Ed Code. But it is not a cookie cutter from board policy at all. So if you're looking for it to be an exact copy, that's not what you're going to see, because it's a combination of the requirements of Ed Code along with the requirements of the graduation requirement through the guidelines that we have and board policy.
I was looking for certain words, not for the entire phrases. I was looking for concepts and words. The pillar to be centered around student experiences and outcomes. All three paragraphs I did not find in the policy that was quoted underneath policy 61416. multicultural education. And the next pillar, curate high quality instruction. I did not find any of the concepts and keywords in the policy that's underneath. It's ends in 11, which is policy supplementary instructional materials. The first pillar, the policy is correct. I did find those terms and concepts. In the last pillar, connect with community, the policy quoted was parents' rights and responsibilities. Only the second paragraph that involved parents, guardians, family members as partners, it was present in that policy, but I did not find the first paragraph and the last paragraph of that pillar in that policy at all. And
You aren't going to find all of them in the board policy. You're going to find a through line of board policy through those pillars. It's not a cookie cutter. It's not a copy and paste from board policy onto the pillar.
That's what I said. I was not expecting to see cut and paste. I was expecting to see concepts and keywords.
So we used our board policy to really guide us in developing. So our committee came up with these words, came up with these phrases, and again, not only with the board policy, but again, in alignment with what the state legislation has stated, and then also with our very own RUSD collective commitment, so our own instructional focus. So those were a combination of those things is what really helped our committee to come up with the actual terms and words. And so when you see the board policy, it's referencing, but you're absolutely right in that not every single point is referenced, but it's really kind of the idea of just to point to where we got some of our guidance from.
That's what I was wondering, because I didn't see how this could have been gotten for those
Right,
policies
we're not
referenced.
saying, and exactly. So we use it as a reference, a point of reference for us to help us, and then we came up with the actual pillars, and these are our committee's words that we've crafted. But again, like you said, we went back and forth with some of the terminology and made sure that it really was hopefully just right for everybody, because we wanted to make sure that we had input and voice from all committee members in making sure that we chose words that were going to really resonate the heart of what we want to see in these courses.
Also, I saw that sometimes those used people group term, which should be just ethnic group, because people group can be anything under the sun. It could be antique cars collectors group. It could be butterfly enthusiast. It could be anything like Satan cult admirers club, for example. So we're sticking to ethnicities that should be ethnic groups, so to avoid any broad
But
terminology.
if I may, the term people group is used, first of all, in the overview, but it's used within the context of underrepresented people groups, can include but are not limited to, and then the listing of the 4 core groups that are outlined in the ethnic studies policies from the state. So people groups may be within the context, or within a sentence, but it's always within the context of underrepresented or tied to in some way these specific ethnic groups that are being mentioned in the framework or in the plan.
Just trying to avoid any broad interpretation of people group and then see all different unrelated groups unrelated to what we're trying to teach here.
Okay.
Also, underrepresented term is also not in any of our board policies. Underrepresented groups, underrepresented term. I didn't, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see it. Yeah. Okay.
It's also an ed code.
Also,
for
in
the
vision, I would
requirement.
like to see more of the vision and mission from our district, a mission and vision policy. For example, maybe we could incorporate contributing citizens term, or prepare our students to responsibly participate in this democratic republic within multicultural world.
Okay.
So something to use from our board policy, mission and vision that you cite. But yeah.
Okay.
I did read Santa Ana course of study or curriculum. And what I noticed, and I'm glad you are not using it, because a lot of terms stood out to me because they're very common terms and concepts and vocabulary and philosophies that are actually, it's actually teaching communism with intention of indoctrination, intention to indoctrinate. And that would be illegal, it would be against the ed code. That's why I'm grateful you're not using it. And I have to point out that we have to be careful not to use those kinds of ethnic studies that are called liberated ethnic studies, because liberated, it's one of the common terminology as well. Because if that district gets sued, it will lose lawsuit, because it's against the ed code to teach Marxism or communism. And I don't want to see our district to be risking losing lawsuit. Because the only way why it was not caught by lawyers, maybe some lawyers probably did vet this policy, but I'm thinking because probably none of them has read Communist Manifesto, and none of them has experience growing up in a communist country. I have done both, so that stood out to me in the courses like this. And are you familiar with the Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies? Are you familiar with their work?
We are very aware of those terms and how inappropriate that would be for our students in this district, definitely. Also, some of the many, especially in the model curriculum, there's quite a bit of reference to the college level ethnic studies that does explore a much broader, a much less acceptable approach, shall we say, to ethnic studies than we are doing in our high school level, potentially English course. We're not teaching this at the collegiate major level where they explore the many manifestations of ethnic and social cultures. We are looking specifically at these that are outlined here.
But are you aware of the work of the Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies? Are you familiar with them?
No.
Okay, I would like this to be also looked at, because there are several schools of thoughts and several approaches to ethnic studies. They're one of them. For example, Foundation of Constructive Ethnic Studies as...
Is this in the handout you provided earlier?
Well
what
done.
page number?
Curriculum should empower students to confront racism and other discriminations by coming together in productive ways, allowing them to share common ground and going beyond past and current stereotypes. And there's another school of thought that's called liberated ethnic studies, which tends to create victims, connect victims to each other, use militant resistance as means to social change, and use that communist vocabulary that's very common, which is liberation, oppression, solidarity, hegemony, and vilifying capitalism and Zionism.
So we are aware of the fact that there is a group called Liberated Ethnic Studies, and that is not what we are looking at, nor is that something that we, and just so you know, in conversation with the county office, with San Diego County Office of Education, they are also aware that there are other, like you said, other groups or other schools of thoughts on ethnic studies, which they also, do not want, our teachers, any of our LEAs to have that be a part of our curriculum or our course of study, because as you said, it is against, specifically, it is called out as to what not to do in ethnic studies. And so we were very careful to make sure that when we were looking, this is something that we know is out there, and so we have not looked at that as something that we would, even consider, of course, but we are aware that it's out there, and so that's why we want to make sure that we are carefully looking. One of the things when we worked as a committee that our teachers brought up is that we need to really vet our resources. When we look at primary sources, when we look at any of our textbook, any curriculum materials and resources that we will consider, that we really want to make sure that those are solid sources that we are using. And that is something that even the teachers have brought up as a point, that whatever we decide on, that it's going to be definitely vetted and something that we've all looked at before we bring forward to you.
So thank you.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're just,
okay. Yes.
for example, when I looked at outcomes of ethnic studies, it did contain terminology from liberated ethnic studies, for example, justice and equity, intersectionality, greater inclusivity, and self-empowerment. They are from those.
And those are from the model curriculum?
Yes.
Yes.
That's liberated
yes.
ethnic studies.
Which we
Model
are not
curriculum.
using.
Yeah. But it's in that outcome that you provided to us that I suppose.
I called it to the attention.
I'm going to slow this down here just a little bit and give you time to look at the materials that Maya has presented, because I know there wasn't a lot of time for that. And the information is interesting and valuable. We'll see whatever materials before they're used. Roger, did you have something on this? Yeah. Hop in. Hop in.
Okay, first off, I wanted to
Yeah.
First off, I wanted to thank you for listening to it, because when this came out originally, I had made it very clear that this should be a celebration of cultures and their ethnicity. That's exactly the approach that you're taking. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate that.
Pass that base.
I did have some questions, and I do see this kind of clear, but I'm not 100% clear about it. So, we know that the Assembly bill was passed, which is basically, I guess you could say, directed to the molecular order. Which wasn't usually the state was like, you're doing this, so we have to do it. However, I don't see this as a bad thing. I think that if you approach it positively, it can be a very positive thing. I travel all over the world. I don't just go on vacation. I'm working with people from all these different countries. That's the best way to understand some of these ethnicity policy. I've been to every single day we're talking about for Australia. That was my last one. So, but I want to say that for most students, they never leave San Diego. So this is their opportunity. So that's a good thing. The thing that I'm unclear about is the difference between, I know what a framework is, and I know what a standard is, and I know what model curriculum is. I know what those are. But I guess when I'm saying the difference, from my understanding, is they passed the Assembly bill and they gave us those standards. This is my understanding. So we don't really have standards yet. Are they planning to come out with some ever?
Not that I've heard of. That their design was that was approached through that model curriculum. So you have to really read through the model curriculum with a really strong filter and really focus on ed code. And what the actual requirement is. So that's what we've been doing. We've been looking at the language of the legislation and ed code and know exactly what that piece of it is and what the goal is behind it, what the heart of the bill is, and then using our multicultural board policy and the other board policies to drive what we're doing. Again, this is not a course that is a credit-based course. To graduate, you don't need credits in ethnic studies. It's a check. It's like health. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so also, when this came out, I framed the word multiculturalism, and that's what we should be using. Thank you for using that, because that includes everybody in the classroom. My concern was, if you've approached it here, I just want to And I'm like, we should not be tolerating anybody.
We should be celebrating.
I just hate that word.
Embracing,
We
celebration.
should, yeah, embracing, celebrating, working together, becoming friends. I mean, I mean, the greatest thing that you could have from somebody from another culture is for them to say this to you: "You're one of us." I can't tell you how many times I have that said to me in different continents, different countries, because I work with them and I want to understand their culture. I want to eat their food. I want to celebrate with them and do their traditions, and they love that. And so I think that's a good thing. You talked about honoring all students and their lived experiences. And so I, again, thank you for saying that, because you talked about how every student will be valued in the class for their own lived experiences and backgrounds. I mean, people come from everywhere, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed in the state on their identification of underrepresented groups, because there are by far more than that. I mean, I've been to the Middle East, and we have lots of Middle Eastern people, and they didn't even mention it, and they were underrepresented. So I just have to say that it kind of offends me, the state, in a lot of things that they do, because I think it's wrong. But they, you know, they passed a law. I don't know if they fully followed it. Okay. And then the other thing that you kind of brought up is that every student, because they're going to be sharing their own experiences, in a way, it's kind of differentiating instruction, because they're able to talk about themselves, which makes them feel comfortable, helps them gain self-esteem, and then you talk about that belongingness. And basically, belonging is you're part of the group. You all feel comfortable together. Belonging is an important thing. It is kind of a new term. Well, we've always had it, but we kind of talk about it. And so I thought it was interesting looking at our ethnicity in Ramona, and when we talk about underrepresented, it's not ethnicity, it's not race. That's not what we're talking about when we say underrepresented. That is a very confusing thing for a lot of people. We're simply talking about, are they represented in the community? Meaning, do they hold leadership positions? Are they employed across the board in all different job areas, that kind of stuff? That's what we're really talking about. Do they hold political offices, all that kind of stuff? So I wanted to clarify that what we're talking about, which means that technically speaking, depending upon your perspective, because the law is about perspective now, everybody can say they're underrepresented. It's a very confusing thing. That's kind of my point. So the fact that you wrote this, and I'm going to just read this last thing that you added, which was kind of your overall vision, your overview, which I thought was really, or the mission, it says here that the multicultural study course is going to be an in-depth exploration of the historical perspectives and experiences and perspectives of various underrepresented ethnic, racial, and social groups. And then you said, and their contribution to the history, life, and culture of local community, California, the United States, and other nations. So you just included everybody. And that's kind of, I see that. And I think that's wonderful, because everybody can participate in this class and feel accepted and valued. That's the key thing. And then they get to work together, and they can see, it doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what your backgrounds are. You can share, and you can appreciate everybody in their walk of life. So this is great. Thank you so much for this focus. I'm excited to see the curriculum. I know that there are some concerns about specifically not it being a celebration, but it being more of a political nature in the class, which we definitely have talked about avoiding. We really want it to be more of a celebration and learning about each other and being able to appreciate each other. So thank you. I really appreciate all that.
Thank you. Darren, did you have anything?
Well, I would just ask staff to remember that this is a presentation of information for us. This is not, at no time tonight has this board given direction as a body. We have different people say, I want this, I want this, I want this, but I do not think that we have been unanimous in direction. And that's where direction comes from, is by the majority of this board. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is staff's realm. Once staff brings us a product, then we get the opportunity. So, I will say again, I like where staff is going.
So we'll get our, Dan.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm a little traditional. I'm a little old-fashioned. When I look out at a crowd of people, I don't see Asians, Hispanics, whites, blacks, islanders. I don't see that. I see Americans. And I treat everybody the same. I don't care what their ethnic history is. And I think when we start to divide people into their races and make them aware of their race and nationality rather than their citizenship, then I think that's a path that separates us and doesn't enjoin us. I like what Martin Luther King said. He said, don't judge people by the color of their skin, but rather the content of their character. Thanks. Pretty simple. Keep it simple. We're going down a path that separates everybody into their groups. You know, I think of a young Hispanic boy, born in America, raised in America, parents are Americans, plays sports, goes to school, and then he gets to this ethnic studies class and he finds out, well, wait a minute, I'm not an American, I'm a Hispanic. And I'm concerned about that. Maybe it's because I'm kind of traditional. But I see people as Americans, not as races. And there certainly isn't anything racist about that. I see everyone equally the same. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Thank you, Dan, for your comments.
There's something I want.
Okay, brief.
I just found it curious that demographics table combined Filipinos and Asians. No, not combined, separated them. And I thought Philippines are in Asia, so shouldn't they be combined? It's like saying Asians and Vietnamese, for example. So if you combine Asians and Filipinos together, then their percentage is greater than African Americans, I think. I didn't understand the reason why they separated it.
We could research us. The chart says Ramona City.
I just see it as
that way.
diluting Asian demographics count, because it says Asians, and percentage is small, and then Filipinos. Oh, if you combine it, actually Asians will be a much greater percentage. I was wondering what's the politics was behind that. I know it came from the state.
Thomas, are you trying to buzz in on this one?
So this is unrelated to this, but I was just one question about your committee. I know you talked a little bit about the ethnic studies in terms of like college and stuff. So I know at Mountain Valley Academy we have a lot of students taking Palomar courses. Is part of your guys' work to figure out if there's an appropriate course over at Palomar or some other community college? And if so, like, put it on the course alignment?
That's a great question that came up just from our meeting with our secondary principals. And so that is something that we are considering that we will bring forward to our committee, but we haven't discussed yet.
Okay, I'm excited to see about that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're now moving on to item F6, and that's approval to revisions to course of study English 2 and 2 honors.
Well,
yeah,
I think we've already introduced this, and I've explained what I was going to say already.
Yeah.
I can either say it again, or we can just, the recommendation is for the board to approve the English 2 and English 2 honors course that meets the ethnic studies requirements of the state of California.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Can we discuss it?
Yes. Go for it.
So I see that we were told that it was a new course that was developed, and
It's a revised course.
revised course. So I did read the previous course to compare because I was curious
Right.
what was the difference. Actually, I did not see any differences besides preambles were removed, and also Washington's farewell address was removed as one of the examples. Also, listening was removed. Mastery was gone. Listening was gone. Increased level of competency was gone. What else?
The major change was in the description of the course that aligns to the ethnic studies requirement that we have to have in the course of study in order for us to pass an audit to ensure that our students receive graduation credit.
It did seem a little clunky with that. I understand why it's there, but it's not what you expect to see on an English 2 course description.
Correct.
So it's a little clunky there. I don't know if there's anything to be done about that.
Because we don't, as Mr. Dome referenced earlier, because there are not standards provided by the state, we used the education code and board policies to create these statements that would encompass and demonstrate to the state what our ethnic studies courses would do. And I 100% agree that it feels weird because it's not what we've done in the past, and we don't have standards that are aligned to ethnic studies.
Well, and is there just a way, even with formatting, that part that seems somewhat disconnected is really the first thing anyone would see here?
We could move it to the end.
I
Either way.
I don't know if it belongs at the end either. I don't know where it belongs, but it's pretty awkward the way it is presented tonight. I know they did something to us again. I know, but this is clunky, and the title of the course doesn't particularly represent now the
Nope, it doesn't need to.
the actual course of study. I realize that it may not need to, but maybe there is a benefit of doing that. It's clunky, but okay. Yeah. How much time do we anticipate is dedicated during the school year? Because this is a 2-semester course, right? Full school year. How much time do we expect to be dedicated to multicultural studies? Is this just a concept that's embedded in conversation as we go?
Yes. It's embedded throughout the whole year.
You know,
It's
we
one
just
of those teacher tricks.
Correct.
and
Yes.
that's a good way to do it. You know, I still feel like
I think it'll become more clear when we come back with those like guiding questions and
Yeah.
units for you to see. It'll make more sense at that point.
And maybe if we hadn't just already done that clunky thing with health in a music class, right?
100%.
So
100%.
I might be a little sensitive about that right now, even though we approved that. It seems awkward and maybe
Not ideal.
Yeah.
But we have all of our band kids getting banned for the full year.
right, exactly. Which I love that.
Yeah.
But yeah, to have multicultural as part of the English class, not call it that in the title, but then the first thing you see in the description of the course is the multicultural piece.
We could change or add to the title if the board likes.
Yeah, I mean we have a first and a second.
There was a factual error RI 10.9, it listed, it says, analyze seminal U.S. documents of historical and literary significance, including Malala Yousafzai address to the United Nations. I think she's Pakistani. It's not U.S. document. But what was removed from the previous version was Washington's farewell address. And added Malala Yousafzai, who's not even an American. Is she?
We have an English teacher who are the experts on these standards and would love to chime in.
Go for it. Please, educate us.
So, yes, Malala is, you are correct. I believe she is from Afghanistan or Pakistan. Thought it was Afghanistan, but you might be right, it's Pakistan. I'm not going to argue that point. She made the address to the UK nation, but ultimately with that standard, it's more just utilizing her text, her words, to examine her world perspective in order for us to analyze and take a rhetorical analysis, see how, hopefully in this course, we as listeners, we as students can relate to her words and relate to her own world perspective. But I did get lost inside conversation. Might I rehear what is your primary concern, because I'd love to address that.
It has to be either U.S. documents,
right,
and no Malala, or remove seminal U.S. documents and keep Malala.
Yeah.
Would that be possible?
It's, yeah. On the board agenda online, it's page 25.
Would you feel comfortable with me coming over to look over your shoulder?
It's on page 25.
It's page 4 of the course of study. It says page 4, and the
we're on page 22 now.
Oh.
If 20.
Thank you, sir.
There we are.
It's right there.
Could you just say various historical documents?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw the same thing in.
So yeah, just notice that Roosevelt's freedoms were gone from this part, and also Washington's farewell address was gone comparing to the previous version, and I had a problem with that because it is a U.S. seminal document.
Correct. It's definitely not a seminal.
U.S. seminal document.
Yes, but ultimately here, these are just different examples of types of texts that could be examined. For more of the historical side, the literary significance. So we'd use Malala for literary significance, whereas we'd use Letter from Birmingham Jail for its historical and seminal significance.
Why was the Washington's farewell address removed? I think it's very important, significant document.
When we put the EG along in the standards, it means for example. It doesn't mean that's what we're necessarily doing all of them in that list. It just means, for example, these are some texts we might use.
So we very much might touch on the text that you wish to see in the course. We still haven't quite gotten to that point. This is simply the standard.
Well, still we need to do something with seminal U.S. documents.
Yes, at some point we do need to address that during the course.
At some point means we can't vote with that because it's
no, this is just saying the standard. We have the choice, and that's going to be brought at a later time, I believe, when we come to you with the content, with the specific items we are teaching. This standard is just saying we will teach U.S. documents. It's just saying it could be any U.S. documents.
So I think the concern is that that particular address is not a U.S. document.
Right.
Right.
So we either need to
remove that piece in order to stand true to the standards.
Or not call it U.S. document.
That's not a problem.
Yes,
we can
it's
we can't change the standard, but we can take that text out and know that we still can use that as a literary reference.
Right.
Yeah.
Can't you add and other documents?
It just says example. It doesn't mean that this is the definitive list. These are examples.
Yes, we can take it and say and other historical documents. That's not a problem. Yep.
Are you modifying your motion? Yes. And does our second concur?
Yes.
Okay.
I got it. And other historical documents.
And taking Malala out of it if it's called U.S. documents. Okay.
I think we need more time to scrutinize and think and study this presentation to get better understanding. I think it's too soon to vote on a course of study that's based on this multicultural presentation, and I don't see any elements of this presentation in this course of study.
You know, I understand, but having read it pretty thoroughly and picked up on some of the same things that you did, I'm comfortable with it this way. We can always come back to it again. It can be brought back. And it may be brought back as we get a little further into our multicultural components here. We may decide that this needs revision again. But for now, I think this is the next step for our staff to be able to actually develop the course. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's hard for you to move forward if we
cannot move
don't
forward.
do
Yes.
something here.
Correct.
Right?
May I ask why listening was gone from the, comparing to the previous version? There was some listening in some parts of that. That's gone, so we are
If
not...
we could just, we'll just ask
I don't know who
Leslie.
to ask.
Yeah.
And also mastery is gone. Are we considering that listening and mastery unimportant any longer?
So when we are talking about the California standards and we're looking at 9-12 and we have the 9-10 standards and the 11-12 standards and what our college and career readiness is all the way across the board, as we've discussed before, to hit every single standard and every single class every single time to the depth isn't necessarily going to happen. When we're adding the components of ethnic studies to it also, I'm sure that we're still going to be listening in the course, right? We're still going to have things that we're going to be listening to. We're going to be listening to our peers. That's just all a part of it. As far as it not being on the course of study itself, it doesn't mean listening is not going to happen in the course.
Okay. Dan, do you have anything on this?
I'm good.
Darren, do you have anything on this?
I do not.
I will call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
No. No.
Okay.
Nay.
You're voting no?
That's correct.
Okay. That motion carries for the revisions to the course of study with the note of RL10, I.10.9. Thank you.
Can I just make a request? The concern is she wants to see the curriculum. So
Yes.
if there is a book or whatever you're using, if she can see it, that'd be helpful.
It would be helpful for all of us.
Like how it's being combined with this.
Yeah, it will definitely come back to the board. It'll come back to the board as an information item for pilot, and then we'll come back again for approval. Absolutely.
Okay.
And of course, we'll be updating you along the way through the updates also. So it won't be, a year from now, won't be the next time you hear from me on it. It will be on a regular basis as we make progress.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now on item F7, and that's approval of new course of study, Theater Arts 1.
Members of the board, tonight we also bring forward a revised course of study for Theater Arts 1. After surveying students and staff and providing opportunity at school site council for parents to also weigh in, RHS will be opening up a new VAPA pathway as a result of the Proposition 28 funding and requirements. The course will provide an additional elective, a VAPA elective, opportunities for our students. It was last approved in 92-93 school year. It has been reviewed by the high school administrators, VAPA teachers, cabinet. Next month, we'll be bringing back a middle school course that aligns to it, which will mean that in addition to visual arts in K-12 and in addition to band in K-12, we are now going to have a performing art type of theater course, K-12, thanks to the Prop 28. So there was alignment in middle and high school for those new courses, and there was also alignment in elementary to add that component. So in elementary, we'll see, even though we don't approve courses for elementary, but you'll see 2 band teachers at the elementary level, a visual arts teacher and a performing arts teacher. So we're going to have K-12 consistency now in all 3 of those areas of the arts, which is pretty exciting.
We used to have that, I remember.
Yeah. So this is a discussion possible action item, and the recommendation is for board to approve the course of study as written.
I move approval as is.
I'll second.
Okay, so is this a drama class? We would call it drama? Okay, and we haven't been offering it for that long?
For a very long time. It's been a club at MVA.
Yeah.
But an actual course, we have not offered it in a very, very long time. The unique thing about a theater course is a teacher with an English credential can also.
Right.
We will bring more courses of study, so there'll be a theater 1, a theater 2, a theater 3 potentially as we continue to build out these courses.
So I just had one question.
Yes,
What
Roger.
about choir?
That did not come up. We surveyed students.
Okay.
That did not come up as something that they were interested in bringing back at this time.
Okay, just curious.
Yeah.
So to comment that this course is day and night comparing to the course from 1994, I did look at that because every time I'm curious, what's new? What's
Right.
changed?
Everything.
I need to see. So,
Yeah.
and I was very impressed how elaborate and different it is.
Yeah. It is interesting because you also had a student at MVA where they had this as a club,
They did,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, me too.
And visual arts coming back to the elementaries, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
That disappeared, what, 1981 or something?
I don't.
Okay, did anyone else want to weigh in on this? We do have a first and a second to approve. All right, I'll call it. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. We're now on section G, that's Human Resources. Our item to address is G2, approval of memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 regarding new job classification, salary range, and reclassification.
Members of the Board, the district recently concluded reclassification negotiations with CSEA, and there are a number of positions that were reclassified. The 5 job descriptions on here have new job descriptions as well as placement on the salary range, and we're requesting approval.
Thank you. This is an action item.
I move approval.
Thank you,
I'll
Roger.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item G3, approval of memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 regarding new job classification and salary range, personal technician 2, student data and information support specialist.
Members of the Board, so separate from the one that you just approved, which were revisions, these are 2 new job descriptions and 2 new positions, although they are vacant positions that are being changed to these new positions. We're requesting approval of that agreement as well.
Thank you. Action.
Move approval?
Thank you, Roger.
Dan will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Item G4, approval of memorandum of understanding between Ramona Unified School District and California School Employee Association and its Ramona Chapter 733 regarding reclassification of a classification, new salary ranges.
This MOU addresses athletic trainer and food and nutrition services department secretary, and is simply a change in salary range only.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Item G5, approval of uniform complaint quarterly report, Williams case complaints.
As the board is aware, we're required to give a report if there are any Williams case complaints, uniform complaints. There are not for the time period of October 1st through December 30th. Asking to approve the report.
Thank you.
Move approval?
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second.
Thank you, Maya. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. We're now on item G6, approve AB 1200 disclosure, cost and approval of tentative agreement between Ramona Unified School District and Ramona Teachers Association.
As the board is aware, we've reached an agreement with RTA to conclude negotiations for the 23-24 school year. This is the tentative agreement that has been approved by the RTA membership. This also includes the AB 1200, which we're required to submit to the county office so that they can approve the financial change and adjustments that are made to our school district's budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for all the work that's gone into that.
I will move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Roger. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Good job, team. Very good. Thank you, everyone involved. All right. Item G7, approval of revision to management confidential salary schedule and revised job description.
In the effort to review the job descriptions of our management, we've identified one position that needs some adjustment regarding the title change and job description, and it's the custodial supervisor to include maintenance and custodial supervisor. There is no change in salary, just simply a title change and a job description update.
Okay, thank you.
I move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second.
Thank you, Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Tony, thank you for all your work with those items. All right, we are now on section I, District Operations, and I-1 is first reading of recommended changes to Board Policy 5131.9 regarding academic honesty.
Good evening, Board. The first board policy brought back tonight is 5139.
Are you tired?
I am. I'm like, I wanted to say, I'm back. No. On academic honesty, this board policy was last approved in 2004. The item is being presented to the board for consideration, discussion, and possible action.
Okay. All right, board, it's our turn. Want to chat about this? Did everyone read it? Oh, okay. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll move for approval.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Maya. Any conversation to be had on this?
Just think it's prompted by artificial intelligence,
Yes?
technology.
Yes? Yep. Anyone else? Comments, questions?
Call for the question.
All right, all in
Should be the
favor?
shortest discussion ever.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay. Item I-2, first reading of recommended changes to Board Policy 6154, homework and makeup work.
Good evening, Board. This is the first reading of Board Policy 6154 on homework and makeup work. These recommendations have been reviewed by the Director of Student Learning and Support Services, Director of Multi-Tiered Support Systems, Site Administration, and Cabinet. This board policy was also last adopted in 2004. This item is up for discussion, possible action, and the recommendation is to approve as written.
Thank you. All right. This is an action item. Does anyone want to propose an action, or should we have a conversation first?
Can we have a conversation?
Absolutely.
If it helps, if it's helpful, the three big updates were that there's an ad for the meaningful homework can provide enrichment, and it addresses the use of technology, including AI, as it relates to homework and makeup work. Additionally, there's some ad about teacher training and including the design of homework assignments that inspire students' interest and engagement, and that students may work with other students and use approved outside resources as directed by the teacher. Those are the three biggies that were changed.
Well, there's kind of another biggie here. Although on-time completion of homework is important to maintain academic progress, the board recognizes that students learn at different rates. Students shall receive credit for work that is completed late in order to encourage their continued learning. So that's a little bit different. I mean, I think it's a good thing, right? If they're not going to give any credit, why would they do it even when it's late?
I don't think they should get full credit because it's not fair to the students who play by the rules. So what's the incentive for them to turn
I'm not sure it says full credit. It just says credit.
credit? But I think it's a
It's current practice right now. We have Saturday scholars for students who are behind. We want to give them every opportunity to do the learning. And it's about learning and not about a gotcha. So that's kind of the intent behind that. It still gives the autonomy to the course level team or to the teacher to decide what that looks like and what that penalty might be. It's not strict in stating that it's 10% or 50% or anything like that. That's for the school site and the course team to decide.
So the first paragraph, actually the things that were stricken out, I think they're nice, important, and valuable. That sounds so much crispier. Like building responsibility, self-discipline, and lifelong learning habits. The time spent on homework directly influences students' ability to meet the district's academic standards. So why did we cross it out? Can we reinstate it?
I do not know.
You can. That paragraph does not contain ed code, so that paragraph can definitely be edited to the board's discretion. When we are taking things out and adding things that CSBA recommends, we're going off of their recommendation around language. And so if the preferred language in that particular paragraph is different or preferred by the board, that particular paragraph can be changed.
So can we maybe reinstate that? And also meaningful, do we need that word? Because does it mean versus meaningless homework? Does it mean that if we don't put meaningful, then homework would be meaningless? I mean, is it
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. That's subjective, of course. Every teacher thinks their homework is very meaningful.
Nope.
No? Okay.
I think the point of adding meaningful would be to show that the board recognizes how important that engagement is of students, and that we don't want busy work to be given to our students. We really want it to be meaningful and purposeful.
I don't mind the new language, but I would like to keep the old language as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it sounds nice and crisp.
So would you like to move approval with that language included?
I have more things.
Okay, well, let's go then.
Could I get clarification from the board on that first paragraph? Are we adding that language back in for a second reading, or are we just discussing still?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Let's see how much there is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Just a moment.
I think this is stupid policy, my personal opinion. I think that we should be trusting teachers to make the decision for the homework that they assign in their class. I mean, it needs to be reasonable, but I've always felt like this was kind of, are we checking on every teacher and see that they're following this homework policy? I don't think.
No, but I would say that if you had a situation where there was a teacher that you had a concern about, or that they weren't doing something that was in the best interest of students, then you do have board policy if you needed to have to provide an evaluation or something like that that you could reference to help support your decision making or your claim. That's all.
Paragraph 4?
Yeah.
What I don't want to do is micromanage a teacher's game plan on teaching students. I'm not sure the board needs to step in between the teacher and the student in regards to homework. I think that the teachers ought to be free to do what they think is best for the student in terms of learning.
I think the language here empowers teachers to teach the way they want and assign the homework the way it is appropriate for the circumstance.
We don't write policies for great teachers.
That's why I don't like this.
Well,
No, but we do write policies for that 0.1%
True.
slacker, for lack of a better term.
Right, this is gonna enforce that 0.01.
Yep.
Maya, did you have a few more
Just
things?
Philosophical thought that it doesn't say which credit full or not.
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking that giving full credit, it doesn't teach consequences for the real world outside of school, because outside of school you don't get full credit for late work. So you have consequences. So partial credit would help to build character. and help with academic standards. And, just thinking that about other kids, I wonder if it would be fair to others if everyone gets full credit, late work or not. So I understand that micromanaging the teachers probably would be annoying, but also I'm thinking if we are present with this policy, we have an option to vote on it or not. So if we have a say, why not try to say something? What do you think?
Yeah.
I have a problem with credit that doesn't define for late work that's full or not credit, or partial.
Is this bit about the homework, is this a change in ed code that's requiring us to accept late homework? Late
On the
assignments?
very last page is where all of the ed code components
Right.
come in.
Mhm.
Our current practice is to accept late work. It's not, I don't know that it's been written in policy, but.
Do teachers have to?
I would say they don't have to, but I would say that they all do because they're focused on the learning piece, or most of them do. We offer Saturday Scholars for the makeup work for students to catch up and get extra support. A lot of times there's a lot of circumstances for students that cause it to be late. They didn't understand it. They had something happen at home. I think our teachers do their very, very best to support students in every single way and be fair to students. And so I think that this piece, it says for the teachers in the room, who I'm sure are interested in what it says, although on-time completion of homework is important to maintain academic progress, the board recognizes that students learn at different rates. Students shall receive credit for work that is completed late in order to encourage their continued learning. It really leaves it in the hands of the teacher to decide how late, what percentage gets taken off.
And I think we also need to remember that we don't know what our students are going through. We don't know what their home life is. We don't know if they're working full-time to support a family member, and they're just barely hanging on, and they're really trying hard. I want to give them every chance for success, and I'm sure you all do. I don't mean to imply that you're not. And if that means having the opportunity to work with a teacher and turn in an assignment late, I support it.
Then the deadlines mean nothing.
Well, we're not saying full credit, and
Actually, it
policy
does.
does say.
When you look at makeup work, it does.
and if a student
That's
is
for
working
absences.
a
And
full-time
that's ed
job
code.
to support their family, and they turn this in by the end of the term, I'm okay with that. We don't know that all the kids in our community are not raised like my children. They're not raised like your children. They're not raised like your children. Many of them struggle. Many of them struggle immensely. Many of them have very challenging home lives, if there's a home life at all. I want to embrace them and give our teachers every opportunity to work with these kids, and if that means accepting an assignment late, I have no problem with it.
I just have a comment on the second page. I would remove teachers shall review all completed homework to assess the student's understanding of academic content and shall provide timely feedback to the student. Not all homework assignments are necessary to provide feedback or necessary to be assessed. Sometimes they're just checked. If you want to call that assessment, but sometimes it's not necessary to do feedback. They just need an experience. They need to do research. They need that for another assignment. It's like, so I don't think that really applies 100%. I don't know if we can really say that. Depends on the teacher. Like you might, like, say if you're the photo teacher, your homework assignment is to go and take a bunch of pictures of this subject, come back, have it ready, because then we're going to do the project. We need those photos to do all the post-production work in Adobe Photoshop. You see what I mean?
I absolutely do. And the intent behind this statement, which it can be removed, it's not ed code, is so that when teachers are assigning homework, that we're assigning purposeful homework, because if we're not going to look at it and we're not going to provide feedback on it, why are we making a student do it?
Can we say it just like that?
Well,
The homework
if we
needs to
put
be
that language,
purposeful.
if we put that language back in that Maya suggested that had been stricken where it talks about meaningful assignments, that should cover it.
They'll do it. Yeah, they should be purposeful and meaningful.
So the meaningful is in there right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
It's already in there. It was an add.
in the old language.
So adding the building responsibilities, self-discipline, and lifelong learning habits, that part that she wants to have added?
Maya, maybe you can clarify. I thought it was the next section down.
I was talking about the very first paragraph
Okay.
that was stricken out. Okay, let me see. Homework assignment.
Maybe both.
Yeah. Contribute toward. So we keep contribute toward, and then building responsibility, self-discipline, whatever was stricken out. So we continue from contribute toward, and we still can keep the text in bold as maybe a separate sentence. But we start.
Okay, take it from the top. So the
top.
first paragraph,
The first line,
mm-hmm.
Meaningful homework assignments contribute toward.
Right.
And then we continue towards the stricken portion, toward building responsibility.
So put it back like it was before we did the revision? So basically remove the bold and just...
Yeah, we can remove the remainder of the first sentence, but then we can continue with the second sentence, homework and all makeup work and so forth.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
So we keep the second sentence that's in bold.
Yes.
But in the first one, we continue from contribute toward and continue building.
And then
portion.
on the third paragraph of that page, where there was, it reads, the superintendent or designee shall collaborate with school administrators and teachers to develop and regularly review guidelines for the assignment of homework and the related responsibilities of students, staff, parents, and guardians. And then the stricken language, implement an effective homework plan at each school site. But that's where we talked about challenging and meaningful homework assignments that reinforce classroom learning objectives. Were you asking for some of that language to remain?
I wasn't asking to reinstate any of that language in the third paragraph, no.
Okay.
But in the fourth paragraph, I had the minor correction to suggest second line in the fourth paragraph, the board expects.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would like to strike that. Board expects that, and just start capitalize the number, frequency, and degree of different difficulty of homework assignments, and I would like to say shall increase instead of will. Shall increase with the grade level and so forth. I mean, yeah. So start with the number. Board expects doesn't obligate to anything, but if we say such and such shall, there's an obligation to fulfill.
Okay. Were you able to make that note?
I can, I just didn't do it
Yes.
yet.
Okay, the number starts pressed.
I got it.
The
Yeah,
number,
I'm
and
good.
then instead of will, shall.
Yep, no problem.
Okay.
I would like can we add partial credit? Here, second paragraph from the bottom of the first page.
Yeah.
Partial but not full credit to specify.
This just says credit.
Yeah.
It doesn't specify
that's
full
okay.
or partial,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that concerns me, because I know it's ed code, is just if you're absent.
That's another page or two further in.
Yeah, just concerning.
But actually, that
We'll
ed
get there.
code article does not say, it only talks about excused absences. So I would like to reinstate the stricken out portion work because of an excused absence. I do agree that
where are you?
That's ed code, though.
Markup work.
Makeup work?
Yeah. On
Makeup
what
work.
page?
Makeup
It's
work.
page 117 in the online agenda.
There's two different ed codes referenced there. The first paragraph is referencing 48205 and the second one's 48980.
You always have these situations where the parent excuses them and the kid went to Disneyland. That's where it's frustrating to me.
Well, in that paragraph, it talks about ed code section 48205. And 48205 talks about different scenarios in the context of excused absences. It does not talk about unexcused.
This is talking
This
about excused.
makeup work is for excused absences.
Yeah, so we have to reinstate that stricken portion of excused absences.
Unexcused is down below under absences and excuses.
The next section.
May I say, I think we ought to keep this as simple as we can. I think, and I like what Darren said about home circumstances. After school, a student may have a job. They may be playing sports and a job. They may have home duties, sports, and a job. And we don't know what the circumstances are that led to the missed homework. That's why I want the teacher to have the discretion to decide how the homework will be resolved. And I don't think the board, like I said, needs to get in between the student and the teacher under these circumstances. Let's let the professional address the situation based on their experience and what's best for the student. I want to keep this simple. I want to leave this in the hands of the teacher.
So on this section regarding makeup work, the second paragraph under that heading, I believe is just making us current with Ed Code. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the next section was suspended students. Did we have any comments about that, or are we good? Again, I think that just makes us current with Ed Code.
Yes.
Okay. So we had a number of changes there. I'm not sure we're ready to approve this without seeing it again. How does the board feel about that?
I'd like to, is there a time-sensitive part of this issue?
No, I have, if you don't mind me, I want to just capture what it is. We're just removing one sentence from the first paragraph, reinstating the old, and just striking out the board expects and changing will to shall. That's all I have.
Is that correct, Maya?
So it would read, the governing board recognizes that meaningful homework assignments contribute toward building responsibility, self-discipline, and lifelong learning habits, and that time spent on homework directly influences students' ability to meet the district's academic standards. Homework and or makeup work shall be assigned when necessary to support classroom lessons, enable students to complete unfinished assignments, or review and apply academic content for better understanding. The board expects students, parents, and guardians and staff to have a balanced view of homework, extracurricular activities, and family time.
Is that correct?
Yes. And then in that fourth paragraph, it would be taking out the board expects and changing will to shall.
Does that cover it?
Yes.
Would you like to move approval with those changes?
I'll move approval given those changes.
No, I just had about unexcused absence, paragraph about unexcused absences on the third page.
Yes.
Given opportunity to make up missed work or strike full, just leave reduced graded.
That's taking it out of the teacher's hands, which
so we have a motion, but it did not get a second. Does that
I'll
mean
give you
it-
a second.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll call it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Nay.
I'm an aye.
Yes? Okay, that passes 4-1. All right, thank you. We are now on item I3, first reading of recommended changes to Board Policy 6152.5, student assessment.
last one. Board Policy 6162.5, student assessment, is being presented to the board for consideration. These recommendations have been reviewed by the Director of Student Learning Support Services, Director of Multi-Tiered Systems Support, site administrators, and cabinet. The last time this policy was adopted was in 2004. It is a first reading with recommended changes. The recommendation is to approve as presented.
Okay.
The bulk of this comes from new law AB 111, which was passed in 2023, which includes the long-term English learners as a numerically significant student subgroup. Also, it adds the addition of state interim and formative assessments may be used to communicate with students, parents, and guardians. The identification of professional development, and that individual CASP results may be released to post-secondary institutions for the purpose of credit, placement, or admission. So students get to use their CASP scores in order to help place them in math and English courses in college.
Okay.
So, on the last page, can we clarify, this is the first paragraph, it starts with state interim and formative assessments. The next sentence where it says results from interim and formative assessments, can we change it to results from state interim and formative assessments? Because it sounds like it's just, even though it's in the spirit of what this is saying, if you read it out of context, then it will assume that it's every formative
Yeah.
and interim assessment, which would,
Yep, that's easy.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Anything else? All right, this is a discussion, possible action. Would we like to take action?
I move for approval.
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
With the small change.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Darren. All right, anything else? No? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries unanimously. All right. We are now on item I4. That's first reading of recommended changes to board policy 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health.
Yes, President Perfect, members of the board, this is, excuse me, a recommended board policy really for the purposes of Narcan. The proposed board policy includes updates recommended by CSBA. Recommendations have been reviewed by the Director of Students with Disability Support Services, site administrators, and cabinet. This policy was originally adopted in 2004 and revised in 2019. So if you turn to the policy there, the first bold is really kind of rewording what's stricken there from student's physician to student's healthcare provider. Minimal changes there in the intent or in the purpose of that. But the first paragraph on the second page is what has a couple little tweaks regarding Narcan. The next two bold paragraphs, that first one is strictly about marijuana, with the current issues going on. And then the last bolded area there is regarding COVID and some kind of the language from COVID issues.
Right.
With working with local public health administrators. So recommendation is to approve this as written, and if you have any health questions, our district nurse has been here the whole evening. Thank you, Ms. Bowinkle. We appreciate you being here.
Is there, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, and maybe it's already in here, anything about vaping and nicotine?
I think that's a different policy.
It is? Okay.
I remember working on that.
Yeah, just kind of.
This is more around medication type.
Right.
Well, some people think it's
Some people would like it to be.
Yes.
Roger, would you like someone to let you know what policy addresses that, or are you good?
I'm okay.
Okay.
I have a
No, it
question.
sounded funny, but I was being
No,
serious.
no, I know.
was being serious.
I have a question.
Yes, Dan.
Of the nurse, anaphylactic shock, if a student is vulnerable to that, they usually are issued an EpiPen. Now, the EpiPen, is that something that is kept at school, or is it on the student's person?
So it depends. If you have a known anaphylactic reaction, then you can have a prescribed EpiPen that is your own personal EpiPen with your name and doctor, blah, blah, blah. But we also by law have 2 EpiPens at each school for general use in case of an unknown reaction.
Excellent, thank you.
I've been on field trips where the teacher has it in a bag.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause it's, they have that type of, that acute reaction, so.
Okay. So again, discussion, possible action. Are we ready to act?
I move approval.
Thank you, Roger.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Dan. All in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Whew. All right, good job, team. Thank you for all of that. We are now on item I-5. That is our superintendent's report.
I-5? Where's that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Good
I-5.
evening, President Perfect, board members and community, those that hung around.
I'm trying, okay? I see you.
Happy 2024, it is a new year. We're starting off with a busy schedule, lots of upcoming happenings and events that we've been hearing about. Want to thank Debbie Long and the James Dukes team tonight for the presentation and the flag salute and leading us, kicking us off for this year. Since our last board meeting, technically 8 school days ago, we've had a lot going on, and I wanted to just take a few minutes to thank some of our key staff. It was last year, but it was only 8 days ago, that last board meeting. So first one, Miss Lee Volwinkle, she has taken on the whole Narcan plan, and it's changed so much from the beginning of the year where we didn't have a requirement at elementary or even middle schools, and going to the sheriff's department, I think Karina went and picked some up for us so we could have it. And then as the county came out with new programs and ideas, and we checked with our liability insurance, and she's just brought all that together into a very comprehensive plan, including trainings for our classified and certificated staff. So we're very appreciative of that. As you know, we did have to use Narcan for a student at one point, so we're just very grateful for Nurse Volwinkle's expertise and just ability to bring that together and work with our staff. MTSS Director Carrie Bjork and SPED Director Audrey Byer and myself had a productive meeting just in the middle of those 8 days with a lot of the law enforcement staff, that Captain Sievers, Lieutenant Malin, Deputy Hebler, Juvenile Detective Budd, and Deputy District Attorney Lopez regarding threat assessment practices, and just got their input, talked about how we do those, and just looked together about how we will both support each other. They need us to get information for them, and we need their support when we have these serious threat assessments. So it was a very productive meeting, great for us to all to get on the same page and just hear some of the flaws and the challenges that they've experienced in different districts. So want to give a huge thanks as well to Tony Newman and to Daniel Renning, Tony being the Assistant Super of HR and Daniel the Finance Manager, along with excuse me, our bargaining teams, both CSEA, as we heard about that, and then RTA, which we approved theirs tonight, our partners in this whole process for their commitment to collaborative conversations, problem solving, mutual respect throughout the negotiations process. It takes a lot of work on our part, but it takes a lot of work on their part, because they've got members to get input from, and there's just a lot of work that goes into those meetings, and we're just very grateful for that process and the trust that's been developed for us to move forward in those areas. Also, just wanted to give a huge shout out to our district staff who worked over the break. There were some interesting issues that came up. There was a significant water break. There were 2 actually. One was at Ramona Elementary and had to have a parking lot torn up to get to it, but our fast-acting M&O team was able to find it, get the leak stopped. The repair was handled after all the asphalt had to be pulled up, but I hear we're going to have some great pictures for the next Ramona Roundup. They said that there's some pretty cool pictures of all that, so looking forward to that. We also have a leak at RHS, right behind the stadium in the fire lane. So Tuesday at 3:45, their water is going to be shut off. We've got some portable toilets coming in, probably to around 8 that night, hoping to fix that leak. Just very grateful for that M&O team, and they just get all hands on deck when they have these kind of issues, and we're very grateful for that. Just, and then last note there, it's just very reassuring. We know that we have such a great team serving all of us. We thank you all for a very productive 2023, and looking forward to another great year of learning throughout 2024. So thank you all.
Thank you, Brian. Very nice report. All right, board members. Anything, Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
Last month, I abstained from voting approval of all the books that had been piloted. Why? Because I hadn't had the opportunity to look at them for one reason or another. So I took them home, and during this month, I looked at all of the books, and I didn't read them cover to cover, I must be honest with you, but I read enough of them that I told Leslie I am thrilled with these books. These are so good, and I am very happy that our students are going to have access to these books for a long time, and that's good.
Great.
Just waiting for someone to say.
I'm over here saying 10 years.
Yeah, 10 years. Okay, fine, whatever.
Not
But
35.
they're excellent. And the people who piloted these books, I have to compliment them. They did the right thing. Well
All right.
done.
Thank you, Dan. Darren, anything?
Yeah.
You have a whole page in there?
No, I had, this is just the bottom. There were a couple of comments that were made during the reports that really stood out.
Yeah.
One of the things that I really enjoyed hearing about was the Cram Slam and giving our students the opportunity to get ready for finals, and our teachers volunteering to come in and help prepare these students for finals. You know what? We couldn't ask for more dedicated staff that is willing to do that. We're all rowing in the same direction. We want our kids to be successful. So thank you to those who came up with the idea and supported it. And well done. Ms. Williams from the high school, I am incredibly jealous.
Yeah, no joke.
About what she gets the opportunity to do. I would love to hear from her, hear about her experience landing on the deck of a carrier, taking off from the deck of a carrier, just being involved in that life. What a neat experience, and I hope we are able to support it as a district as much as possible, and then hear all about it.
Yeah.
Really jealous.
That is really neat.
One of the other things that stood out is we had a student from Montecito thanking us for putting the fence up.
Yeah.
It really was a nice sentiment, and I felt a little guilty that, you know what, that should be an expectation for our students. It's nice to hear a thank you, but it kind of hit me upside the head a little bit in that thanks for getting it up to staff. We probably should have done it 10 years ago or 20 years ago. It's just odd to have a student say thank you for a fence. Appreciated, but I wish we would need that, if that makes any sense. And then last, I want to thank the RTA for their collaboration and relationship with our negotiating committee. We talked about all these new teachers that we have. We know we're going to lose some incredible teachers that we're going to have to replace. And, you know, increasing the pay goes a long way to doing that, but they also want to be part of a community that's happy and has a good relationship with the district. When I decided to run for this board years ago, it was because there was a broken relationship between the district, staff, the RTA, and the board. And I think we're in a great place right now. So, and there's 3 people or 3 groups that are responsible for that. And it's the district staff, the RTA, and the board. So well done. We may not have great times coming in the future if we're all reading the newspaper. We need to remember that we are in this together, and we as a board try to share when we, you know, go as far as we can when we can, but we might not be able to go far in the future.
Yeah.
let's not get too deep into speculation, but let's remember what's important is that this organization, and I mean staff and the board, continue to be transparent and honest and build those relationships even in tough times. And I appreciate the staff that we have in place, because I think that's a very, very good possibility even when times are tough. So thank you to staff, thank you to the RTA. That's all I have.
Can I add something? I'm wondering if there's some way that the school board could qualify for that ride on the aircraft carrier? Can we look into that, Madam President?
List, damn you, list.
Yeah? Just,
Raise your right hand.
just a thought.
Okay. Right.
First, I wanted to thank the new student board members. You guys
Yeah.
were great.
Thank you,
gave
guys.
Great reports.
Thanks for
Thank you very
staying so
much.
late.
Yeah.
Proud of you.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
impressed that you're still here.
Not just impressed that they're still here, but the contributions during the board meeting are
Yes,
valuable.
Yeah, you contributed, which is great.
And hopefully you learned a little about how the sausage is made. It's not pretty sometimes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, they're not, I don't know exactly who's on the Ethnic Studies Committee, but I wanted to thank them because they were listening to the board. That's super important. We don't always, I mean, in all the years that I've been on the board, I haven't always felt that. So, but this clearly, that's clearly the case. And so I'm excited to see what the curriculum looks like. So, and thank you for being at the helm of that. And then there was one thing you said, that this is the first time we've ever developed our own curriculum. However, CT develops all their own curriculum. So I just want the bargaining team and negotiations. Thank you, Tony, for all of your hard work. It's very noticed, and we really appreciate that. And we know that economic times to come is not going to be that great. At least that's what it's change. And then I wanted to just bring up two things. Are we going to have a retreat? Question mark. And the other one is, we have had, in the last few months, we've had people from the community come and talk to us about building CTE buildings, building pools. I think we need to have some discussion about that, and whatever available possible funding we may have, we should have some kind of talk about it.
Roger, are you thinking in an open meeting or a special meeting, town hall type?
Well, I mean, we've heard from a few people. I know, the economy's bad, but the one thing that I know is when the economy's bad, that's when people think about something else, which is kind of the opposite of what you'd expect. But because we've been hearing this, maybe we should have a town hall meeting, a separate meeting, invite people, specifically, say we've heard about these needs, and we want to hear if there's more, and then go through the process of developing a survey or whatever, really hear what is the community willing to do. Just like that when we did the 3 bonds before, survey with that to find out what's the community interested in. So to me, this is not about how we did a bond, whereas look at all of the problems we have. Do you want to fix them? To me, that's kind of negative. I'm more interested in what does the community want to see our schools be better and for them to be improved. That's what I want to know. And then what are they willing to do to help make that happen? That's what I'm interested in.
I like what you're saying.
I'm also impressed, like Roger, by our student board members who are still here. I don't remember ever seeing any student board members staying until the end.
Especially when it's after 11.
They're not even looking like they're about to fall asleep. Also, I have done a lot of research about ethnic studies in the past few weeks, so it's still on my mind. So I just wanted to mention something that, of course, I'm going to repeat when the committee members are going to come back here. But they mentioned about teacher training, and I wanted also to be careful so we don't engage in teacher training that also follows the liberated ethnic studies principle, which would be violating the Ed Code, and we are putting ourselves in legal jeopardy. And when I looked at what San Diego County education training offering, Judith Pace, I have read her materials online and watched some of her video clips, and it looks to me like she is proponent of those liberated ethnic studies that are indoctrinating in communism, in essence, without calling it that. But there are other options, like Alliance for Constructive Ethnic Studies is offering their own teacher training as well, and I'm thinking we probably need to maybe have those teacher trainings approved by the board, so we don't do something that violates the Ed Code.
Well,
teacher training. And also, I think that in conjunction with ethnic studies, we need to have anti-Semitism training for the entire district, given the meteoric rise in anti-Semitism and the ongoing events in the Middle East. I think it's would be useful given the controversy around it.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just add one really quick
Yes.
thing, because what you said, the teacher training or staff training, it's very similar to what we do in Poway Unified, except we do one money is allotted for that. It actually, teachers, instead of being hourly pay, it could actually be part of part of their overall salary, which could increase, you know, their overall retirement. And so I would encourage that down the road, already negotiated and everything, that we encourage in looking at that, because it doesn't cost anything, a lot of money. But we should look at the Poway model, because they developed something that I think can really help teachers. Not all teachers have to participate, but what it would be is that like for me, I get like I think it's $3,500 to $4,000 additional every single year, and that's part of my salary for doing the teacher training, and that would benefit teachers in a really passive way for us. So something to consider.
Okay, thank you, Roger. I'll just be really brief. I really enjoyed the Ramona Home Journal and their feature on the Ramona High School wrestling team. That was beautiful. And you know, the hot topic for education on the news right now is this potential ban of football. And you know, I haven't weighed the pros and cons about tackle football and what age it's appropriate for and what age it isn't. But what that just screams to me is local control. Where's the local control and where's the parent choice for their children? So that's the lens that I use when I see and hear these arguments. And so it bothers me to see the state reaching that way again. Anyway, that concludes our agenda. We are not going back to closed session. Our next regular board meeting is February 8th in this room at our usual time. If there's no objection to adjournment, I will adjourn the meeting. Seeing none, meeting adjourned.